All right, welcome back, everyone. Let me make sure all the commissioners are here. If you're not speaking, please make sure to mute. I now move that we reconvene this December 18th, 2020 meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul, Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Wonderful, we are back. Let's move right to matter 421-20-Z. Mark or Agnes, let me know when you're present. Is either of Mark Kupiak or Agnes Pleka on?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm on here now.
Great.
I wasn't promoted yet.
So sorry, I thought you were just still enjoying lunch. Well, let's get going.
Okay.
We're on 421-20-Z.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Mark Kupiak. You can hear me okay? Am I on the video?
Yep, you can hear you.
Okay,
And I
good.
can see you. Yep.
Thank you. Not that I need it. And this is the case 1116-18 North Hoyne Avenue. On the call, I believe I have my associate Agnes Pleka. I have the applicants Rebecca and Keith Hales. Hopefully the project architect Victor Drapso and an expert witness Joe Ryan. And just very briefly with respect to this project, the applicant would testify that he bought an old building, planning to rehab it, and actually lived there with his family. Our first unique circumstance is that this old building is a contributing building in a Chicago landmark district. So of course, he's subject to all the restrictions of the landmark district. Building needs repairs, and in addition, it's too small for the family needs, so he's looking to do an addition. But subject to the landmark restrictions, the addition cannot be visible from the street, so the only place to put it is in the rear as a rear addition. In addition, he'd like to build a garage for the usual reasons. That leads us to his second unique circumstance. He's got a short lot, only 103 feet deep, much shorter than the 125 standard lot in the zoning district. So when he does the rear addition with the garage, winds up being an attached garage. And that's why, as you see in the agenda, we need the relief that we're asking for. And because of the attached garage, we need a reduction in the rear setback. In addition, also because of the short lot, we're asking to reduce. Ordinarily, the garage should be set back 2 feet from the rear lot line. We're asking to reduce that to 1 foot. And the rear addition is following the wall of the existing old building. And of course, the existing building does not meet current setback requirements. So we're asking to be able to follow the wall of that building and reduce that north setback. So that's it in a nutshell. So without further ado, on behalf of the applicants, I'll call Keith Hales. We did submit an affidavit for Keith, an affidavit for Victor, and actually a report from Joe Ryan. So Keith, are you on the call?
I am. Keith Hales.
Wonderful, Keith. So again, your name and address for the record.
Sure. Keith Hales, 1118 North Hoyne, Chicago, Illinois, 60622.
Great, thank you, Keith. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
And Keith, is that correct that you and your wife are the owners of the subject property?
It is.
And the property is improved with an old building that happens to be a contributing building in a landmark district?
Correct.
And that building is old and it's in need of repairs?
Very much so.
And those repairs are going to be expensive because of the condition of the building and because of the requirements of the landmark district.
Very much so. Correct.
You plan to move in that building with your family after this is all done?
We do. My wife and 2 young children are planning on this being our forever home.
Good. And the building also, in the present state, too small for your family needs?
Correct.
So you'd like to build an addition to that building, correct?
Correct.
And Landmarks has advised you that you can build the addition, but it can't be visible from the street.
Correct.
So your solution was a rear addition.
Correct.
And the placement of this rear addition is acceptable to the Landmarks division.
It is.
And plus the rear addition, you also like to build a garage for the usual reasons, correct?
Correct.
All right. So I think Keith, with that, did you sign an affidavit in connection with your testimony here today?
I did.
And if I continue to quiz you, Keith, would you, oh, I'm sorry, one more thing. Was I correct in my statement that you do have a short lot?
That is correct. It's only 103 feet versus the normal 125 foot.
Okay. And in addition to the landmark district designation, this short lot is also an additional hardship that you had to deal with in this case.
Correct.
And Keith, you signed an affidavit that we had filed for you in connection with the hearing here today.
Yes,
And if I continue to quiz you, would your answers be consistent with that affidavit?
they would be.
That's all I have of Keith. I call Victor Drapso.
Present.
Victor, state your name and your address.
My name is Victor Drapsol, 2123 North Damon, Chicago, Illinois, licensed architect and managing agent for Red Architects.
Good. And Victor, you're the project architect for this project.
Yes.
And this building is a contributing building in the landmark district.
Yes, it is.
And was I correct in saying that the landmark division rules require that any addition to this building be built so it's not visible from the street?
Yes, they do.
So the only place to put it was in the rear.
Yes, sir.
In addition, the client advised you he wanted a garage, and the plan includes that garage.
That is correct.
An additional hardship is that this is a short lot, only 103 feet deep.
That is correct.
So as a result of the short lot, the garage is attached. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, it is.
And the hardship in that situation is the short lot 103 versus the 125, which is standard.
True.
So we're asking for relief for the rear setback because of the attached garage, correct?
That is correct.
And in addition, the code requires the garage to be set back 2 feet from the rear property line ordinarily, correct?
Yes.
And again, because of the short lot, you're asking to reduce that to 1 foot.
True.
And Victor, is it true you designed this garage so that the 1 foot setback will be adequate?
It will be very adequate.
And in addition, even though not required, you're going to have on-site trash receptacles, so he won't have to put the cans in the alley.
That is correct. That will be located in the garage.
Good. And Victor, the rear addition to the property, that rear addition follows the wall of the existing building. Is that correct?
That is true.
And architecturally, that is the best or usual way of doing a rear addition.
Yes, it is.
And that necessitates the variation for the north side setback.
True.
Good. Victor, you had signed an affidavit in connection with your testimony here today.
Yes, I did.
And if I continue to quiz you, would your answers be consistent with that affidavit?
They will.
Good. My next witness will be Joe Ryan. Joe, you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Joe, would you state your name and your address?
Joseph M. Ryan, MAI, President, LaSalle Appraisal Group, with offices at 9455 South Horn Avenue in Chicago.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do, Your Honor.
And Joe, you are now familiar with the subject property and the surrounding neighborhood?
I am.
And you're familiar with the project and the proposal that requires this variation?
I am, yes.
And Joe, in your opinion, is it true that this variation, if granted, will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood?
No, it will not.
Joe, also in your opinion, is it also true that this variation will not be detrimental to the public welfare?
No, it will not.
Also not injurious to other property in the neighborhood?
No,
And Joe, finally, that this variation will not substantially diminish or impair property values within the neighborhood?
none, no, it will not whatsoever.
And Joe, you prepared a report in connection with your testimony here today,
I have,
and we filed that report. And does that report contain materials that support your answers and conclusions that you just voiced?
yes.
Mr. Chairman, that's all I have unless there's questions.
No questions. I was wondering, so,
I have a question.
oh,
Mr.
yeah, go
Commissioner
ahead. Sam,
Toya.
sorry.
So Victor or whoever wants to answer this question. So it's a short lot, 103 feet deep. I know the average lot is 125 feet in the city of Chicago, but talk to me about that block. Is this the only one on that block that's 103 feet deep? Or are most of them 130 feet deep on the 1100 block of North Hoyne?
All of them. Yes, so all the buildings on that street are 100 feet.
They are, right? So on this block, basically all the lots are 100 feet deep. Do other lots on the 1100 block of Hoyne have garages?
Yes,
Yes, right.
Okay, so the character of the neighborhood for the 1100 block of Hoyne, basically the lots are 100 feet deep. I know lawyers always say, well, it's 125 feet, sure, but Portage Park is different than Wicker Park, and Wicker Park's different than Bucktown, and Bucktown's different than Rogers Park. So, I figured in this part of town that most of them were 100 feet deep. That's what I just want to make sure we're clear on.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
To go
Mr.
over
Chairman, could I add one thing?
that, for sure.
Sure.
And certainly, I certainly understand what Mr. Toya is saying about the block, but I would note, just point out with respect to the code and the other review factors in 1713 1107C, that the other review factor talks about the conditions upon which the petition for variation is based would not be applicable generally to other property within the same zoning classification. So I just want to emphasize the proper comparison is this property is an R4 property. So the proper comparison is R4 property throughout the city. And most of those lots are standard lots at 125. And you should be comparing the lots within the R4 classification throughout the city. And there was actually even a case, Fair versus Zoning Board of Appeals, a Chicago case decided by this board where the court could clarify that the proper comparison was other lots within the zoning classification.
Sure. I just wish you would have said that up front, because we do have some new board members. So I just
Sure.
want to make sure they have their heads around that. I mean, you're a good lawyer. You had an answer. That's great. But, I just wish that you guys say, yes, say that, but say on this block, it's 100 feet deep. That's all.
Good point, Mr. Toy. I apologize. And
No problem. No problem.
Okay.
No problem. I'm the veteran here, so I just try to point out.
Understood. No, we're happy to discuss the case and really our burden to explain that. You're correct.
Thank you.
And so just to clarify that I'm following, so I understand that the other houses on the blocks, which I understand your point, I view them as similarly situated. The other houses that have garages, do they have green space in between the home and the garage?
Victor, are you able to address that?
Actually, from what I was able to because I drove by there once through the alley, and I don't recommend it, do not remember, but just assuming, something like this would happen where you would have a main building in the front and a garage in the back, the space would probably be very minimal. And again, the recent zoning calculations of open space requirement for, let's just say, an RT4, which would require at least minimum of 12 feet on any side, would actually not, that open space would be not counted, in my opinion. If there would be, because I don't believe there would be at least, 10 or 12 feet in between the garage and the main building for these buildings that do have a garage on a 100-foot lot similar to ours.
Yeah, I'm just looking at maps on it. So the
Mr. Chairman,
reason,
could I add something? Mark Kupiec here.
yep, go right ahead.
Yeah, another unique feature, which also I did not mention, the unique feature about this is actually the applicant owns a double lot. He owns the vacant lot next door to the subject property.
Got it.
And Landmarks has said this side lot is a feature in the landmark district. And again, because the addition can't be visible from the street, they won't allow him to build this addition to the house on the side lot because it obviously would be visible. With respect to backyard, obviously he's got the side lot that provides the required rear yard open space. So even though there's no backyard there because of the garage and the addition, he does have the side lot where he's got adequate rear yard open space. And I would point out in the affidavit filed by Mr. Hales, we did note the addresses of other properties in the neighborhood, especially on Hoyne, that have less than a 30-foot rear setback. And in the affidavit, we cited 1138, 1124, 1100, 1144, 1036, 1048, 1056 are other buildings on Hoyne that don't have a full 30-foot rear setback.
Yeah,
And then in the next paragraph, we also mentioned other buildings on Hoyne that don't have the rear setback because they got relief from the board. So I gave you case numbers for property at 849 Hoyne, 1024 Hoyne, 941 Hoyne, 2113 West Thomas, 1036 Hoyne, and 1111 North Hoyne. These are all buildings that got relief from the board for the rear setback. So where you're certainly not out of character with this relief in this neighborhood.
okay, yeah, thank you. So I think it's interesting. So he talked to Victor talked to the landmark district about the side lot being a benefit in that it's green space for the property. Assumedly, he could sell the side lot, right?
Well, not necessarily. Keith, would you like to address that?
Yes, I would. Hello, Mr. Chairman.
Identify yourself again, Keith.
Keith Hales, 1118 North Hoyne, owner of the property, along with my wife. I was the one that had correspondence directly with the landmark, and the reason the landmark said that we're not able to build anything on this lot as there were, they would want to keep that vacant lot vacant as it originally was. So that's why we're going to use that lot instead as, as a open space for pretty much a backyard, but being a side yard for family.
Good. And Keith, if I could follow up, Mark Kupiec here. Keith, did you talk to your neighbors about this project?
I did. In fact, I reached out to 7 of them, and they sent me no objection letters.
Good. And Mr.
Yeah.
Chairman, we had filed those letters with our materials. And Keith,
Yeah.
did we also get a letter from the alderman of the ward, Alderman Hopkins?
We did, yes.
And Mr. Chairman, that was submitted also with our
Right.
materials.
So, Mr. Kubiak, I'm sure, so we have opposition letters. And I'm looking at the address, but one neighbor did a shade study that he definitely had opposition related to what this addition would do to his open green space. The neighbor, I'm going to pull up the address really quick. Okay, so it looks like the neighbor is nearby at 1122 North Hoyne. I believe that's next door. Yes. So I appreciate you talking to neighbors, but we have several letters in opposition related to it not being in the essential character of the neighborhood, and also it inflicting on their current light and air.
Mr. Chairman, infringing on their current light and air for their building?
For their green space. So basically this neighbor who submitted the shade study, it looks like he is the building to the north. He doesn't have an addition that goes all the way back. He has some outdoor space, and this would just, of course, shut down his light for that outdoor space.
Okay. Victor, would you be in the best position to respond to that?
Well, from what I'm looking at, also when I drove by there, our addition is approximately the same size and location where the existing frame porch used to be. We're about 3 to 4 feet beyond it. So I really do not believe, and I see, the windows of the building that is to the north. I recall they were far into his property, and the current situation would still not, we would not change the current situation with his light and vent requirement. So that is why I believe that our addition would not impact his existing light and vent requirements.
Good. And Keith, would you also like to respond to that?
I would, thank you. Keith Hales. I have had numerous conversations, extensive conversations with Dan Laganesi, I believe that's how you pronounce his last name, who is the owner at the building of 1122 North Hoyne. I will point out he does not live there. Sorry, he does not live there. It is a multifamily home over there, and we have received no objection letters from the tenants at the same building.
Does he own the building?
He does not live in the building. No.
Does he own the building?
He does own the building. Yes. So when he was actually out there conducting his own shade study, if you will, in beginning of November, and I kindly pointed out to him that this angle of the sun is much different in November than it is in the growing months, the growing seasons. Note that behind his existing building, there is a garden, but the garden is located on the north side of his property. It does not abut to my property. So there is space enough to fit a car in between my property and his garden. And I kindly pointed out to him that during the growing season, his garden would not be affected by the sun. And we also paid for and did our own shade study, which we've included in our submittals, proving that between the months of April and I believe it's mid-September, there is no adverse effect on his garden as a result of that. And I sent him that shade study as well. Prior to that, we probably had a few conversations. They were very cordial. But I have not heard since. He said, okay, thanks, was the last correspondence I received after I sent him our shade study that was professionally done.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, if I can, Mark Kupiec again, for the record, he's not here objecting, did not sign in opposition. I would, for technical reasons, object to his shade study, which I've not seen, as hearsay, because he's not here to introduce it or explain it or answer questions about it. So I would ask you not to admit his shade study into evidence and because of hearsay. And again, he's not here to object. And I'd like to point out, because we did discuss this with my client, our addition does not impact light and air to his building. If I understood correctly, he was talking about his backyard. And with respect to his backyard, I'd just like to point out that nobody's got any property rights to view or sunlight or whatever for the backyard space. The code talks about adequate light and air for the building, and the building's not being affected. With respect to the backyard, there's Illinois case law that says a property owner does not acquire prescriptive or implied rights to air, light, or ventilation over the land of another. Baird versus Hannah. It's a Supreme Court case. And there's no legal right to the free flow of light and air from adjoining land, even though a new building causes injury to another by cutting off light, air, or interfering with view on the adjoining land. And Hugassian versus Sears, another Illinois Supreme Court case. So with respect to his backyard, whether it's sunlight or view or whatever, he's got no property rights with respect to the backyard. And this addition does not affect light and air to his building.
Sure, okay, and so, and I understand too, it could be too that, I know you should have gotten this, this shade study from DPD or board staff. We just, and I know you know this, you just gotta be really careful because unless I misheard you, and there might have just been a miscommunication, but you said that you first said before we brought this up that no neighbors had any objections at any point in time. And it sounds to me that there was full awareness that neighbors did have objections. So of course, just be careful what you say to us on the record.
Mr. Chairman, just to be clear, I certainly did not say no neighbors had an objection. What I asked the question is, did he reach out to the neighbors? And I believe he answered that he did reach out and that seven of his neighbors gave him letters. Okay. I made no representation about everybody because I did not talk to any neighbors myself.
Okay.
And Mr. Chairman, may I add something?
Yep, go right ahead.
Thank you. Keith Hales again. I was under the assumption after I sent the neighbor that was, presumably objecting, after I sent him our shade study and I got a response of thanks, okay, I assumed that he was no longer objecting as well. So that's why I really didn't think there were any neighbors further from that point that were objecting to our case.
Okay, yeah, it's probably, I'm sure it's a miscommunication. It looks like our objection letter was dated maybe just a week ago. So he very clearly didn't communicate that to you. But I think in fact, it is your shade study that he submitted.
You're correct, Chairman. I was just looking at the letter and the shade study that was attached to Mr. Legess's letter was the shade study he received from Keith Hale.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Okay, sounds like there's none. Thank you very much, everyone, for your time. We'll take this under consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Happy holidays to all.
You too. All right, moving right along, we're going to matter 422-20-Z at 2024 West Irving Park Road.
Mr. Chairman, Mark Kupiec, attorney for the applicant on this case for 2024 West Irving Park Road. On the call, hopefully I've got my associate Agnes Pleckham on behalf of the applicant, Laura Lamedo, project architect, John Hanna, and I do have a real estate agent, Roman Popovich. And this particular case, we've got a property on Irving Park Road. This stretch of Irving Park Road is a nice wide street, 4 lanes wide. Our property is located just west of the intersection of Irving and Lincoln Avenue. The subject property is an old parking lot. It used to be an off-site parking lot for the Lincoln Restaurant located across the alley on Lincoln. But that Lincoln Restaurant's been out of business for many years. I'm not quite sure how many. But the parking lot is what remains, and that's where the project is designed. One thing about the site, I mentioned the shape of the site because the subject property front is on Irving, but it has an alley to the rear, an east-west alley to the rear, but also has an alley to the east. And the alley to the east, because Lincoln Avenue is an angle street, the alley to the east runs at a diagonal. So it cuts off the rear corner of the property. So we do have an irregular shaped parcel. So with that, I'll note that parcel was rezoned by the city council for this project, done as a type 1 application. We've got Mr. Hannah here to describe the community process that they went through at the time. And I just meant to say that Laura and her LLC were not the original applicants. It was done by another party, and she bought the property after that property was rezoned and bought it as a type 1 with this plan attached, and it's the same plan that is before you today. So with that, I get into it and call Laura Lamedo as my first witness.
Yep, and I will note ahead of that, I believe we have an objector on this. I'm not sure if he's present, but his name is Mr. David Schwartz. So I just want to note that to you before you get started. We will, after you give your initial application overview, we will revert over to the objector side and give him his time as well. So you can carry on.
Okay, thank you. Laura, are you on the call? Laura?
I'm here.
Yeah, very good. Laura, would you please state your name and your address?
Laura Yamato, 2452 West Bernice, Chicago, Illinois, 60618.
And Laura, are you a member manager of the 2024 Irving Park Road LLC?
I am.
Okay, and your LLC is the applicant?
Yes.
And since this application was filed, you did close the deal, so your LLC is also the owner of the property.
Correct.
Good. Laura, you yourself, do you have experience developing property in Chicago?
I do.
You've developed other units. Is that correct?
Yeah, I've been developing property for at least 8 years, and I've developed over 50 single-family homes and condos in Chicago.
All right, very good. Laura, also true that you're familiar with this particular neighborhood?
I am.
And was I correct in saying that our site is the old parking lot that used to serve the Lincoln Restaurant on Lincoln?
That's correct.
But if I recall, this Lincoln Restaurant's been closed now for some time.
Yes.
All right, good. Also correct that this property was rezoned by the city council for this project.
Yes, it was.
And you bought the property after that rezoning.
I did.
And prior to your purchase, you were advised that this was rezoned as what the city calls a type 1 application with plans attached.
Correct.
And you were further advised that because it was a type 1, that if you wanted to develop the property, you had to stick with the plans that were submitted and attached to that zoning change application.
Correct.
And the plans before the zoning board today are those same plans, correct?
Yes.
All right. And the plan calls for a new mixed-use building on the site with ground floor commercial,
Yes.
and would have 12 dwelling units on the upper floors.
Yes.
And your plan is to do that as a condominium project.
Correct.
So you will have 12 parking spaces for those 12 units.
Yes.
And those are indoor spaces.
Yep. Indoor spaces.
And this is a 4-story building with an elevator.
Correct.
And the elevator is a nice amenity for the people who live there.
Yes.
Of course, an added expense in building the building to put in that elevator.
Yes.
We also advised, because there was a zoning change and because you've got more than 10 units, this zoning change triggered the city ARO affordable housing ordinance.
Yes.
And you will have to comply and provide an ARO unit according to the city rules.
That's correct.
And of course, at an added expense to you.
Yes.
Laura, with your experience in developing, you're familiar with the neighborhood. Is it your opinion that even before the pandemic, there was a trend on the part of buyers that were looking for larger condo units in this general area?
That's correct.
Is it also true now that we're still in the middle of the pandemic and many people are working from home, doing their Zoom meetings from home, that this trend toward larger units is even stronger?
Yes.
All right. So you ran the numbers with your costs, all the expenses, expected income from the sales of these units, and you calculated that you'd realize about a 12% return if you get this variation and build the building shown in these plans.
Yes,
Now, were you advised by your architect that without this variation, you would have to provide a larger rear yard setback, which would be a shorter building, which would lose floor area and result in smaller units in this building?
yes,
And were you advised that based on your arithmetic, you could lose up to almost 200 square feet per unit?
that's correct.
And did you also, and of course, with the smaller units, the sale price would be less for, reduced sale price for the smaller units.
That's right.
And given the market, maybe even slower sales for the smaller units, which are less in demand.
Yes,
So Laura, running your numbers, is it true that without this variation and with the smaller units that you would not be able to yield a reasonable rate of return on your investment?
that's correct.
And that you do need this variation to realize a reasonable rate of return?
Yes,
Laura, did you sign an affidavit in connection with your testimony here today?
I did.
And if I continue to question you, would you answer consistent with that affidavit?
Yes.
And that's all I have of Laura, Mr. Chairman.
Great, thank you. You can keep going, Mark, if you want to get everyone else on.
John Hanna? John, are you on the call?
I'm here.
Thank you, John. State your name, your address.
John Hanna, President of Hanna Architects Inc., 180 West Washington, Chicago, Illinois, licensed architect in the state of Illinois.
Good, John. Correct. Obviously, the subject property is on Irving Park Road.
Correct. By the way, I do swear to tell the whole truth,
Oh,
nothing but the truth.
good. Thank you, John. Located a short distance west of the intersection of Irving and Lincoln.
That's correct.
John, also true, we've got a public alley at the north, adjacent to the north of the subject property.
That is correct.
And we also have this property is at the end of the block, so we also have an alley to the east of the property.
Correct.
And a portion of that alley runs at a diagonal.
That's correct.
So as a result, according to the survey, we've got a 75-foot frontage at the front of this property,
Correct.
and the rear property line only 51.75 feet wide.
Correct.
So we do have an irregular parcel.
Correct, which is unique to this block.
Very, very good. And unique to this particular zoning district also.
Correct. Correct.
And John, is it correct? The plan submitted is for a mixed-use building with ground floor commercial,
That is correct.
and it's looking at our zoning district. This was rezoned to a B1-3 district. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So in the B1 district, the commercial on the ground floor is required, and we meet that requirement.
That is correct.
In addition to the zoning district, is it true that this section of Irving Park Road is also a pedestrian street?
It's true.
And your front facade meets those requirements in the code for a pedestrian street?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, John, were you the original architect and participated in the process when this property was originally rezoned?
I was, that is correct.
Good. And this is the 47th ward then and now, correct?
Correct.
And was your process started by a trip to the alderman's office to appear before his ward advisory committee?
Yep, it was.
And did the alderman then ask you to appear at a larger community meeting?
That's correct.
And that community meeting was held at the Chamber of Commerce office on Lincoln Avenue
That's correct.
on or about May 7th, 2015?
I don't remember the date, but that
2018.
could be correct. Yes.
Okay. Anyway, John, was it well attended?
It was very well attended. I'll bet you there were about 40 people there. At the advisory committee, planning committee, He had a very large group, and there were probably 10 to 12 people as part of his advisory committee also.
Good. And after the larger community meeting, John, did you continue to discuss the case with one of the condo owners from the building next door on Irving Park Road?
I do recall that.
Good. So a robust community process, correct?
Correct.
Good. And during the course of that, John, in response to community comments, did you make changes in this project?
We made substantial changes, correct.
Good. Was the original plan call for a 5-story mixed-use building?
That's correct. 5-story,
And
I think 14 units, something like that, right?
Right, I'll get that next one. So the 5-story was reduced to the 4-story building that we're showing today.
Correct.
The original plan called for 14 dwelling units, which was reduced to the 12 dwelling units that we're showing today.
True.
Your original floor area started out at 31,000 square feet, about, reduced to the 26,000 approximately that we're showing today.
Correct.
John, it was also true that the community asked for some changes in the outside, the exterior elevations of the building.
That's true.
And would you briefly describe the changes you made to the exterior?
Sure. We had an all metal panel and glass building, 5 stories. It was very silver, very sleek. So we changed it to a red brick traditional building. Like we said, 5-story went to 4 stories. Brick and limestone facade. And then along the west facade, they also asked us to put there's modular brick on the front, which is the small brick, like 2 3/4 by 8 inches. And we turned that around the corner and went back approximately 20 feet to align with the front of the building that's to the west.
So John, in your opinion, in response to the community comments, you made substantial changes from the original plan that was first presented.
We did.
John, is it also true that in this this business zoning district, that the zoning code does not require any side setbacks for this building at this location?
That's correct.
And despite that fact, is it also true that your plan, as presented to the board, does include a 3-foot side setback on the west side?
That's correct.
All right. So John, then, this building meets all the requirements of the zoning code except for the rear setback. Is that correct?
That's correct.
The code requires a 30-foot setback, and your plan shows an 18-foot setback.
Yes.
And John, based on the fact that this is the end building on the block and it's got an alley to the north and the alley to the east, the 18 feet that you're showing, which I note is 60% of the requirement, in your opinion, is that 18-foot setback adequate for this building?
It is.
Mr. Chairman, I would note in Laura's affidavit that we've already introduced, I do note the address of other properties in the area that have less than a 30-foot rear setback. And I also separately list a smaller number of properties with less than 30-foot setback that did get relief from this board. And obviously I won't read all these addresses, but with respect to properties that nearby that had zoning board relief in recent years, I mentioned and I gave you case numbers for 4020 North Lincoln, 1903 West Irving Park, 1820 West Irving Park, 1801 West Irving Park, and 1839 West Irving Park, all showing that if this relief is granted, we will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood. Now, John, you're familiar with this neighborhood because you've driven around there, correct?
Yes.
And John, in your opinion, if this relief for the rear setback is granted, is it true that this variation will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood?
No, it will not.
And further, John, also, obviously, we do have an irregular lot in this case, correct?
We do.
And that contributes to the difficulty in preparing this plan and citing this building.
That's correct.
Obviously, that irregular lot is unique to the block and unique to the zoning classification.
Correct.
And John, you're certainly not aware of this owner or even the prior owner subdividing this property in any way to cause this irregular lot.
That's correct. I am not.
Not aware.
No.
But, John, in your opinion, is it true the granting of this variation will not be detrimental to the public welfare,
Will not.
not be injurious to other property in the neighborhood?
Will not.
Also true that this variation will not impair an adequate supply of light and air to adjacent property.
Correct.
And again, John, you did mention the gentleman you talked to about that, the rear facade. He owned one of the condo buildings in the condo building next door to the east on Irving. Is that correct?
Can you repeat that, please?
Sure. The next door neighbor, you were talking about changes you made to the facade.
Right, on the west, onto the west.
You made changes to the west side of your building in response to comments by one of the owners of a condo building next door to the west.
Correct, to the west, right.
John, also true that this variation will not substantially increase congestion in the public street.
Will not.
Matter of fact, there's an existing driveway now on Irving Park Road.
Correct.
And your plan, you're going to abandon that driveway and you're going to access your parking through one of the alleys,
That's correct.
which will be more in keeping with the requirements of a pedestrian street.
Absolutely true.
And also true that this building, this variation will not endanger will not increase the danger of fire, correct?
Correct.
In fact, this would be an all masonry building.
Absolutely true.
And John, also correct, as Laura said, this is a 4-story building and it will have an elevator, correct?
Correct. All a handicap accessible building.
Very good. And obviously, handicap accessible building is important. And these units, handicap accessible units, are always in demand, correct?
That's correct.
Good. So, Mr. Chairman, that's, unless there's questions, that's all I have of, oh, John, I'm sorry. You signed an affidavit in connection with your testimony here today?
That's correct. I had one other thing to add. The ARO, since all these units are larger, more family-oriented units, the smallest unit being, I think, like 1,425 square feet. It's going to be a nice unit to add to the ARO package. Because typically the AR units are on the smaller side. This is going to be a nice large unit. And from what I understand, since all the units are handicap accessible, this ARO unit will also be handicap accessible.
Very good, John. Nice point. Thank you. So, John, finally, you did sign an affidavit in connection with your testimony here today.
I did.
And if I continue to quiz you, John, would your answers be consistent with that affidavit?
It would.
That's all I have, Mr. Hannah. Mr. Chairman?
Yep. Mr. Kubiak, let's, hey,
I had one last witness, a realtor,
okay, go ahead.
Roman Popovich. Roman, are you on the call?
Yes, I'm on the phone.
Roman, state your name, business address.
My name is Roman Popovich. Business address is 2600 West Grand Avenue, Chicago, Illinois.
Roman, you're a licensed real estate agent.
Correct.
You're familiar with this neighborhood and the real estate market in this neighborhood?
I am.
Roman, is your opinion that even before the pandemic, there was a trend on the part of buyers looking for larger condo units, and this is a condo project, but looking for larger condo units in this area?
Correct. There has been high demand for larger condos in this area. There's
Good.
been several similar new construction buildings in the immediate area, all featuring larger units.
And Roman, is it true that now, since we're still in the middle of the pandemic and more people are working from home and doing their Zoom meetings, that this demand for larger units is even stronger?
Correct. The pandemic has absolutely made this trend even stronger, the greater demand for home offices.
Good. And Roman, what would you estimate Laura will be able to sell these units for as designed with the larger units?
On average, with the variation, these units should sell for around 625,000.
And if without the variation, if she developed this property with smaller units, what would you guess the smaller units would sell for? Estimate.
On average, without the variation, I would estimate these units would sell for around 525,000.
Is it also true that it's possible that the smaller units would actually be more slow to sell because of the reduced demand?
That's correct. This would be in line with the current market conditions, especially considering there's high demand for larger units in this area. I believe smaller units will take significantly longer to sell.
Good. That's all I have. Roman?
Okay, before we move to the objector, if he's present, I want to open up to the board to ask any questions. Okay. Do we have a Mr. David Schwartz present?
Chairman, I don't see Mr. David. There are two unknown numbers. I can allow them to talk.
Okay, let's see. Let's just make sure if he is one of those that that we get him on.
Mr. David, if you're on the phone, please press *6 to unmute. If you're signed in on a device, please raise your hand because you might be logged in under a different name. Chairman, I don't think he's here.
Yeah, I don't think he is either. Victor also doesn't see him. So we will forego that that objection. So I guess I would then say, I'd ask if there's any final questions from the board. Sounds like there's none. So we will take this matter under consideration. Thank you, everyone, very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you very much. We are now going to move to matters 423-20-S and 424-20-Z, both at 2353 South Wentworth Avenue.
Mr. Chairman, this is Mark Kupiec. I'm the attorney for the applicant. And on this case for 2353 South Wentworth, I believe I have on the call my associate Agnes Pleckham. On behalf of the applicant, I've got Mr. Mao May, hopefully the project architect Ron Very, and our expert witness Joe Ryan.
Great. Go ahead, Mr. Kupiec, and we'll get him sworn in.
And Mr. Chairman, with our materials, we submitted the history of this project. This is a hotel project, and we were before the board for the original hotel. We got our approval before special use for the hotel. And after that, and of course, market conditions have changed for hotels. After that, the plan changed a little bit about the desire for an upper floor addition for an additional penthouse suite. So the applicant did go to the city council because he had been built to the maximum building height. And the city council was good enough to rezone the property from a C1-3 to a C1-5 specifically for this partial upper floor addition. And after that, we were advised that we still in fact have to come before the board for a new special use because now we have a taller building and we have in fact added some square footage to the building. So here we are today asking for the new special use for this partial upper floor addition. And because and it's just one room that we're adding, and they never built out actually to the maximum number of rooms allowed. But because the one penthouse suite we're adding is a large suite, floor plan designed similar to a dwelling unit, the zoning department also wrote us up for a variation for the rear setback for this penthouse unit. So the second case is a variation, although the architect would explain the unit was placed where he was able to on the roof because of the elevator, because of the stairway, so he had to put it where he did. And actually, it is at the rear, and I would point out, if you look at that map, the rear of the property is on the alley side of the building, and actually east of that alley is the Dan Ryan Expressway. So it's not going to have any adverse effect on anybody, and obviously plenty of light and air for the unit. So with that, I call Mao May. Mao, are you on the call? Hopefully, Mao. Hello, Mao.
I am here.
All right, very good. And Mao, would you, for the record, state your name and your business address?
My name is Mao May, and the address is 2357 South Wentworth.
Thank you, Mr. May. And do you swear affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I swear nothing but the truth.
Great.
Good. Mao, is it true you're a member manager of the applicant LLC?
Yes,
And your applicant owns the subject property?
yes,
And Mao, is it true, as I stated, that you've been before the board before to get the original special use for the hotel prior to this date?
yes,
And actually, you pulled a building permit and did not even maximize the entire room count that you got authority for previously from this board, correct?
correct.
Since that time, though, you had the idea to add this penthouse unit as a partial upper floor addition,
Correct.
and you did then go to the alderman and subsequently to the city council to rezone this property to the current C1-5.
Correct.
And of course, we were advised we still needed additional zoning board relief, so we're here today for that relief.
Correct.
Now, more recently, did you have occasion to discuss this project with some nearby property owners?
Yes,
And did you in fact get 12 letters of support that we submitted to the board?
yes,
And did you also revisit this project with the alderman and get a letter of support from the alderman?
yes,
We've submitted that to the board also. So Mao, with that, did you sign an affidavit in connection with your testimony here today?
yes,
And if I continue to quiz you, would you answer consistent with that affidavit?
yes.
So that's all I have of Mao, unless you had questions, Mr. Chairman.
No questions at this point. I know you have two other witnesses, right?
Good. Ron Very? Project architect, Ron Very?
Hello?
Hello, Ron?
Yes.
Good. State your name, your business address.
Ronald A. Very, 824 North Racine, Chicago, Illinois, licensed architect in the state of Illinois for the last 45 years.
Thank you, Mr. Berry. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Absolutely.
Great, thank you.
And Ron, for the record, you were the project architect for the prior special use case before the board for this hotel, correct?
That is correct.
And Ron, with respect to the special use, in your opinion, is this design compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of site planning, building scale, and project design?
Yes,
Also designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort?
yes,
And you signed an affidavit in connection with your testimony here today?
yes,
And if I quiz
Yes.
you further, would your answers be consistent with that affidavit?
Absolutely.
And Ron, as to our second case, the variation, again, the project is for a partial upper floor addition to the hotel building.
Yes,
And the city did ask for a variation on the rear setback for this penthouse unit.
correct.
And you were constrained as far as where you could locate this unit on the roof, given the location of the elevator and the stairways and staircases.
Yes,
So this was the logical place to put it.
yes.
And Ron, again, because we've got the Dan Ryan Expressway to the east, your opinion that this upper floor addition will not have an adverse effect on any nearby property owners.
Exactly. The rear yard actually ends up being over 300 feet.
Okay, thank you. So Mr. Chairman, that's all I have. Mr. Very. I have Joe Ryan.
Yep, go right ahead.
Joe, you still there?
Yes, and I remain under oath.
Good, Joe. But for the record, name and address.
Joseph M. Ryan. I have the MAI designation from the Appraisal Institute and a state certified real estate appraiser. Offices at 9455 South Horn Avenue in Chicago.
And Joe, in your opinion, does this project comply with all applicable standards of the zoning ordinance?
It does.
And that this special use will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood or the community?
None whatsoever.
And Joe, with respect to the variation for the setback for this penthouse unit, is it true in your opinion that this variation will not substantially diminish or impair property values within the neighborhood?
No, it will not.
And Joe, you did a written report in connection with your testimony today?
I did.
And do the materials in that reports support your conclusions that you just voiced?
They do.
Well, Mr. Chairman, we rely on Joe's report, and that is all I have.
Great. Any questions from the board?
Yes, I have a question, pretty consistent here. So Mark, you brought up that you had a letter from the alderman, which is great. But I know obviously in Chinatown, it's a very active business and community group. Did you get a letter from either the business or community groups in Chinatown?
Well, a good question, and I'm going to defer to Mao. You still on there?
I am here. Yes, we did. We
Mao,
have,
if you let me, Mao, when we did the initial special use, did we in fact have a large community meeting?
we did.
And we actually had a translator available, if I recall, both Cantonese and Mandarin for that particular meeting.
Correct.
And that meeting was well attended at the library, standing room only.
Correct.
And Mao, in connection with the original special use, you had letters of support from many, many of the organizations throughout Chinatown, did you not?
Correct.
Good. You recall how many letters? I don't recall offhand.
I don't recall, probably well over a dozen or to 20 of them from various associations to our neighbors and
Good.
business.
All right. So this time you did get 12 recent support letters for this upper floor addition, correct?
Correct.
You recall some of the people who wrote a letter this time?
Local association and business.
Okay. Thank you, Mao.
Mhm.
So Mr. Toya, we had actually an extensive community outreach that first time. This time, by comparison, really this addition is small and it's small in connection with in comparison with the whole building.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to ask, and I'm impressed that the first time you had translators in Cantonese and Mandarin. That's very good because most Chinatowns and American cities, they speak Cantonese, but the majority of the language in Chinese are Mandarin these days. So very impressed with that. Thank you.
Good. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Sounds like none. I'm going to go ahead and read the DPD's recommendation.
Thank you.
So for matter 423, so can you mute yourself really quick? Sorry, there's a lot of feedback.
What happened? I'm sorry.
If you could all just mute yourself.
I
If you're
don't zoom very much, so I'm gonna try to find the button how to mute myself, okay? Give me
Okay.
one moment. Let me get a little.
I'll make do until then. I'm going to read the DPD recommendation. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to expand the previously approved hotel use reference resolution 209-18-S by adding one penthouse suite within a 3,000 square foot 7th floor addition and increasing the total number of hotel rooms to 149, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, M.E. Wentworth LLC, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated July 15, 2020, prepared by Vari Architects Limited. So thank you again, Mr. May. Okay. All right, we can now move along to matter 425-20-Z. Mr. Kupiec, I believe this is you again.
Yes, it is. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I just ask up front, I think when we don't have objectors present, if you could just do the fast version, that would be helpful to our board.
Very good. Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, for the record, Attorney Mark Kupiec, I'm the attorney for the applicant. My office is 77 West Washington. And on this project, 1913 South Ridgeway, the simple explanation was this is an old building, probably 100 years old, smallest building on the block. And the real version is originally the plan was to remodel the second floor, remodel that second floor addition. As they began that project, the building was in worse shape than they imagined. So the work is now more extensive. So they're here because they need to revise that original building permit. And because now the work is so extensive and it follows the wall of the first floor of the building, but the old building certainly does not comply with the current side yard setbacks. So we need the variation in order for him to go back to revise the permit for the more extensive work that needs to be done. So with that, I'm going to call, I have on the call my associate Agnes Pleckham on behalf of the applicant Carlos Lopez and our project architect Jose Ponce. So Carlos, are you there?
I am here.
Carlos, state your name and your address for the record.
My name is Carlos Lopez, for the property 1913 South Ridgeway Avenue.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great.
And Carlos, is it true your company owns the subject property?
Yes.
Yes. Also true, this was improved with an old building that was in bad shape
Yes.
and also a small building.
Yes, very small.
So you were attempting to remodel and rehab that old building.
Yes.
Good. And you need this variation in order to revise your original building permit because the repairs are more extensive than you originally thought.
That's correct.
And you had signed an affidavit in connection with your testimony here today.
Yes.
And if I continue to ask you questions, is it true your answers would be consistent with that affidavit?
Yes.
So, Mr. Chairman, I would rest on that unless there's questions.
Yep, go right ahead. No questions.
Jose Ponce. Jose, are you here? Architect Jose Ponce.
Chairman, there was a person named Raphael. He raised his hand, so I'm letting him in. Maybe
Oh, perhaps someone else from the office. Okay.
Mr. Raphael, are you Jose Ponce, or you have to unmute yourself?
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, hi, how are you? This is Rafael.
Raphael, please state your name and your address.
My name is Jose Rafael Ponce Mena, and my address is 622 High Road, Glen Ellyn, Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Ponce. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Great.
And Raphael, you're the project architect?
Yes, exactly. I am the project architect.
Good. Is it true this property was improved with an old building?
Yes.
And the old building, the side setbacks of the old building do not conform with the current setbacks required by the current code?
Yes.
So to do the second floor remodeling the second floor addition, even going straight up, it also requires this variation because obviously the setbacks for the upper floor don't meet the current requirement.
Yes.
And did you sign an affidavit in connection with your testimony here today?
Yes.
If I continue to quiz you, would your answers be consistent with that affidavit?
Yes.
That's all I have of Raphael.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Questions from the board? I guess one question I have, Mark, and
Yes.
Apologies if this is repetitive in any way, but so the detached 2-car garage, there's no plans for a roof deck on there, right?
Carlos?
No, there's no roof deck at all. No.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the board? Seeing as there's none, thank you everyone for your time, and we'll take this under consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, now to matter 426-20-S.
Mr. Chairman, this is Mark Kupiec. I'm the attorney for the applicant for this property, 3624 West George Street. And we've got an existing building with a basement and an attic. And the plan is an existing 2-flat building with a basement and an attic, convert the basement to an additional apartment and remodel the attic into an upper floor addition so that we'd end up with a 4-unit building with 4 parking spaces. We're before the board. This property is across the street from St. Hyacinth Basilica. Traditionally, years ago on this block, there were some business uses. It's still zoned business, even though the subject property is a residential building. But because of the business zoning, we need the special use. So I've got my associate Agnes Pleca. I've got, on behalf of the applicant, Mitch Guy. I've got our engineer, Gene McCullough, and Joe Ryan, our expert witness. So I'd call first Mitch Guy. Mitch, are you on? Mitch? Mitch Guy?
Yes,
Mitch, would you state your name and your address?
my name is Mitch Gach, 3642 West George Street, Chicago, Illinois, 60618.
Thank you, Mr. Gash. And do you swear for me to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
And Mitch, are you the beneficiary and is this your land trust that owns the subject property?
Yes,
Property's improved right now with a 2-flat?
yes,
You're gonna convert the basement to an additional apartment?
yes,
And you're gonna remodel the top floor and add a 4th unit on the top floor?
yes,
And Mitch, did you sign an affidavit in connection with your, oh, Mitch, I'm sorry. You do have room also for 4 parking spaces, correct?
yes,
Good. Did you sign an affidavit in connection with your testimony here today?
yes,
And Mitch, if I continue to quiz you, would your answers be consistent with that affidavit?
yes.
That's all I have of Mitch. Next call, Eugene McCullough. Eugene, are you on?
Would that be Engineering? Would that be Eugene?
Yes, I think so.
He's in here, just has to unmute.
Okay.
Oh. There we go. Is Mr. Eugene McCullough signed in as Engineering? If so, can you please speak?
Hello, Eugene? Eugene? Hello?
I don't think he's here.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, on this particular case, we only have the special use. I mean, the plans have been submitted. We actually have Mr. McCullough's affidavit, but it's only the special use. There is no variation. I was only going to ask him about compatibility with respect to surrounding properties. And I think that you could actually see from the picture that this is a residential building, looks like a residential building, and is clearly compatible with the other residential buildings on the block. I'm not sure that I need Eugene's testimony here with respect to the design, because I think it's clear from the pictures.
Yeah, understood, Mr. Kupiak. Thank you. I think we can go to Joe Ryan,
Good. Joe Ryan?
who we do need.
Here.
Joe, state your name,
Fill
your
out your
address.
oath.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Okay, Joe. And you're familiar with the subject property surrounding neighborhood?
I am.
Now familiar with the proposed project here that's a subject of the special use?
Yes.
Joe, is your opinion that this project complies with all applicable standards of the zoning ordinance?
It does.
Also true that, in your opinion, this special use will not have a significant adverse effect on the general welfare of the neighborhood or the community?
No, most of the buildings on the block are what they're going to convert this to.
Good. And Joe, just to confirm that, this property is zone B3-2, correct?
Yes.
So actually 4 units are built as of right in the B3-2 district.
That's correct.
So the only relief is that we do have a dwelling unit below the second floor.
Right, which all the other houses on the block do. And there's institutional church use across the street. So there's really, actually, retail would be out of character on the block.
Very good, thank you. And Joe, you did a written report in connection with your testimony?
I did.
And the materials in that written report support the conclusions that you just voiced?
That's correct.
Mr. Chairman, that's all I have of Joe.
Yeah, great. Any questions from the board? I've got none on this one either. So thank you everyone for your time, and we'll take it under consideration.
Thank you very much.
Oh, Mr. Kupiak, really quick, sorry.
Yes.
I'm forgetting about these recommendations. I'm going to go ahead and read the DPD.
Yes, please. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish a dwelling unit in the basement of an existing 3-story, 2-dwelling unit building in order to convert it to a 4-dwelling unit building with a 3rd floor addition, rear decks, and 4 surface parking spaces, provided that the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated as of October 1st, 2020, prepared by G.D. Gazis LLC.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All right. All right, we're going to move along now to matters 427, 20Z, and 428, 20Z. And that's at 4201-09 West Division Street.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. This is members of the board. My name is Lawrence Lusk. Let me change my video here.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Lusk, it sounds like there's some feedback. So could you make sure, sometimes it happens if you're watching the live stream at the same time as you're on.
I don't believe I am, Mr. Chairman. I'm trying to start the video. Can you hear me okay?
There's an echo, but we can hear you. If you're just gonna have to speak a little bit slower if this continues.
You might be on 2 devices, Mr. Lusk.
Yeah. Are you on 2 devices, Mr. Lusk?
No, I don't have my phone on, but I did have, no.
Oh, I think it's Mr. Eric Kaplan. I think he's on the phone and in on the device also.
Okay, let me go ahead and mute him. All right, well,
Mr. Chairman, is that better?
you know, let's start and see how it goes. I just ask that anyone else on mute themselves. Going down the list to see. We can get started.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Lawrence Lusk and I'm an attorney with offices at 1030 West Chicago Avenue. I represent the applicants, Divkey LLC, who are the owners of the property at 4201-09 West Division Street in Chicago. The property was previously rezoned by amendment to the Chicago zoning ordinance from C11 to RM6 Residential Multi-Unit District. The building has been in existence for more than 50 years and pursuant to section 1713-1101D, the applicant requests a reduction in the parking requirement from 4 spaces to 0. Pursuant to 1713-1003, the applicant requests further variance from the on-site open space requirements from 144 square feet to 0 square feet. The applicant proposes alternative compliance with the on-site open space requirements by utilization of excess open space existing in the adjacent property, which is 1148 North Keeler Avenue. The 1148 North Keeler Avenue property and the 4201 West Division Avenue properties are under common ownership. I am joined here today by Mr. Eric Kaplan, the managing member of Divkey LLC, and Mr. Victor Drapezo, who is our project architect. If it's okay with you, I'd start with Mr. Kaplan.
Yep, go right ahead. We'll get him sworn on.
Okay. Mr. Kaplan, can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure, Eric Kaplan, Kaplan.
Great. And
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman, you want-
Kaplan, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Kaplan, you are the managing member of Divkey LLC, is that correct?
That is correct.
And Divkey LLC purchased this property in 2017, is that correct?
That is correct.
And when you purchased this property, you purchased the adjacent building located 1148 North Keeler at the same time, is that correct?
That is correct.
I'll say that question again. Mr. Kaplan, when you purchased this building, you purchased 1148 North Keeler at the same time, is that correct?
That is correct.
And these purchases
here?
were through the, okay, and these purchases were through the office of the Community Investment Corporation?
That is correct.
All right. And at the time of purchase, both buildings were in severe dilapidated state with squatters dealing drugs from the location, is that correct?
That is correct.
And it took considerable effort to vacate the buildings, and working with the local police, you were able to board up the buildings, install security measures, including fencing, cameras, and lights to successfully deter the criminal activity at this location?
That is correct.
Now, note, we're looking at some pictures on the computer screen here. These pictures were taken at the time of purchase, is that correct?
Shortly thereafter, that is correct.
And so the building on the left would be the Keeler building, and the building on the right would be the Division building, is that correct?
That is correct.
And, okay, we'll move on. And so the neighbors have been very supportive in these efforts, the removing of the criminal activity and the rehabbing of the property. And you've repeatedly been thanked for cleaning up this area, which apparently was the epicenter of illegal activity in the area prior to your ownership. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the 1148 North Keeler property has been fully rehabilitated and is now fully occupied. Is that correct?
That is correct.
This second building, the building at 4201 West Division, has been a little more challenging in that the first floor was previously used as commercial. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And when you purchased this property, was your intention to keep the first floor commercial spaces and lease those out, correct?
That is correct.
And after approximately 1 year of trying to find commercial tenants, it became clear that no commercially viable tenants were in the market. And at that point, you determined that the only option was to convert the first floor to residential. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And we have in fact held community group meetings and received the full support of the community and the Alderman's office in this conversion to residential. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you've completely rehabbed the second and third floors of 4201 West Division Street, but the building department will not let you occupy those floors until the first floor is fully rehabbed. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, therefore, strict compliance with the regulations and standards of this zoning ordinance would create a practical difficulty or particular hardship for the subject property. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's because we couldn't find any commercial tenants to build out the space for those particular commercial tenants, and therefore we have to convert to residential, correct?
That is correct.
Now, the zoning that we changed to, the RS6, that would permit residential on the
Yes.
first floor, but it's because the building is an existing building with virtually lot line to lot line, we have to ask for these variations, correct?
That is correct.
Yes? Okay. And further, the requested variations are consistent with the stated purpose and intent of the zoning ordinance, and that'll promote a consistent pattern of development on this stretch of Division Street and provide amenities, including affordable housing and enhanced rear yard open space to the two adjacent buildings. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And since you cannot lease the commercial spaces on the first floor after considerable efforts, is it true that the property in question cannot yield a reasonable rate of return if permitted to use only in accordance with the standards of the zoning ordinance?
That is correct.
Now, you've submitted an affidavit, my office submitted an affidavit on your behalf as part of this application. I could go on, Mr. Chairman, but I believe the rest of the criteria that we wanted Mr. Kaplan to address is in his affidavit, and I know we're short for time. So if you continue to testify, your testimony would be consistent with your affidavit submitted. Is that true, Mr. Kaplan?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Luskett. It would be helpful for us. I know that you sent over an economic analysis this week. It would be helpful for us to kind of get the high-level overview of that.
That's fine, Mr. Chairman, but I wasn't, so the economic analysis prepared, I wasn't really sure what you were looking for. So we just put together an analysis of these 4 units. So just in summary, when Mr. Kaplan purchased these properties, he purchased them from Community Investment Corporation. In fact, the city of Chicago through the offices of Community Investment Corporation. And there is a component requirement, a deed restriction type agreement that requires that he provide affordable housing as part of this development. That requirement, I believe, is 80%. He is in fact providing 100% affordable housing. All of these units will be rented through CHA agreements, and therefore it will be 100% affordable housing. What in particular are you looking for as far as financial information?
Yeah, so that's actually helpful because we weren't clear from the findings of fact that this was technical CHA affordable housing. So that's helpful. You know, we just want to make sure that this building can't be used in some other way as is. I know the economic analysis you sent over said, and it's not even really applicable here, but commercial viability was a $0 projected rate of return.
Actually, it was a 2.7, Mr. Chairman. And that's not a very good return with this kind of project and the amount of risk involved with this type of project. That's a fairly low rate of return. Yes. And in fact, that's an optimistic rate of return because that only included the expenses up to this point. We're going to be probably 3 to 4 months out before we can occupy the first floor. And because the Department of Building is holding him up, he can't occupy any of the building until the first floor is completed.
Got it. Any other questions from the board as we go through this?
Any further questions, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, 1 second. I'm asking any further questions from the board.
Hi, this is Jolene Salt. Can you talk about what you did to try to market the commercial spaces and if you had any interest?
We did try to use a broker to market it through their channels. I mean, if you drive up and down the street, you'll see there's actually a lot of vacant stores up and down the street. I don't think that we offered anything that anybody else couldn't offer up and down the street. I don't think that there's a lot of viable businesses that are interested in moving into this area. Especially currently, there's the business across the street that went out. That's a small cell phone shop. There is a business kitty corner to this property. It was a liquor store. It got looted, and it has since been closed. There are no other businesses in any of the stores within a few blocks east or west.
Is that helpful, Ms. Saul?
Yes, thank you.
I'll just add, Mr. Chairman, that this is a problem that we're seeing across the city. There are many neighborhoods where there's older buildings like this that had commercial. These are the old mom and pop type of commercials. And the zoning ordinance, I'm assuming, will be amended at some point in the future to address this, because there's a lot of these small storefronts that really the only viable option is to convert them to residential. And we're seeing that in a lot of areas where there used to be very active commercial districts, and they're just not there right now. And the only other option is to have them vacant. So there wasn't really much of an option. They did try to, they would have preferred. And in fact, the first plan was to have a grocery store down there, but they just never got any possible tenants to do that. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to go to my next witness. That's okay with you, the architect?
Yes, go right ahead.
Larry, can I add one thing here?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, we're working very closely with Jessica Maller from the CHA to actually tailor these specific units to be handicap accessible, because there is a large need for handicap accessible low income units. So that's an important consideration.
And you raised that because these are first floor units and therefore there's no stairs to enter the first floor. Is that correct, Eric?
That is correct. There's no stairs. 3 of the 4 units will actually have 0 entry showers for anybody in a wheelchair. The 4th unit, which is going to be a 3-bedroom, we actually put in a bathtub because we assume that people will have children for somebody occupying a 3-bedroom unit. All of the kitchens and bathrooms have approved T-turn radius for people in wheelchairs, and all of the hallways and doorways are wide enough to accept wheelchairs.
Thank you, Mr. Kaplan. That was great. Mr. Chairman, we'll go to Mr. Drapeso, our architect. Mr. Drapeso, are you there?
Yes, I am. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Drapeso. Can you state your name and then spell your last name for the record and give us your office address?
Victor Drapso, D-R-A-P-S-Z-O, 2123 North Damon, Chicago, Illinois. Licensed architect, managing agent for Red Architect.
Thank you, Mr. Dropso. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Mr. Drapeso has already testified previously at another matter, so he's. Is it fair to say, Mr. Chairman, you recognize him as an expert?
We do. We recognize him as an expert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so, Mr. Drapeso, you're the architect for this project. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you've been to the property and you've familiarized yourself with the project and the surrounding area. Is that correct?
That is true.
I'd first like to address the alternative compliance for on-site open space. You are familiar with the 2 buildings in question, namely 1148 North Keeler and 4201 West Division. Is that correct?
Yes, I am. Mm-hmm.
Between these 2 buildings, there is an open space of over 2,000 square feet. Is that correct?
That is true.
And each property has access to this large open space. Is that correct?
Yes, they do.
And therefore, this space is ideally situated for use by both the 8 units currently located at 1148 North Keeler and the 4 new units proposed at 4201 West Division. Is that correct?
Yes.
Mr. Drapeso?
Yes,
Mr. Drapeso,
it
can I
is.
say that question again? Okay. All right. And under the zoning code, the combined requirement for these units is only 432 square feet, and we are providing over 2,000 square feet. Is that correct?
That is true.
And in fact, this proposal will be an improvement for the 8 second and third floor units at 4201 West Division, as they have not been the beneficiary of any open space under the previous ownership structure. Is that correct?
That is completely true.
Okay. And Mr. Chairman, I'll note the picture you have for this proceeding, that space, the space between the two buildings has already been improved with improved walkways, patio area, and new landscaping, and it's already being used quite actively by the tenants in the Keeler building. So this will be a great improvement for the Division Street building once it's completed. All right, Mr. Drape, so I'd like to address several of the reviewing factors of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Is it true that the particular physical surrounding shape or topographical condition of the specific property involved would result in a particular hardship upon the property owners?
I'm sorry, but I need that again, a little slower, because I'm having some Zoom delays.
Yeah, Mr. Lusk, your connection isn't great. So if you could just slow down so that we can make sure to get everything written.
That'd be fine, Mr. Chairman. I apologize. You know, Mr. Chairman, I was just going to go through the criteria, and Mr. Drapeso did submit an affidavit. Would you prefer that I just go ahead and submit his affidavit and
Yes,
for that
yeah,
testimony?
absolutely. Yep, no objectors here, so we're great with that.
Very good. Okay, so Mr. Drapeso, you have previously submitted an affidavit that my office submitted to the board as part of my findings of fact, proposed for findings of fact. If you continue to testify here today, would your testimony be consistent with that affidavit?
Yes, it will.
With that, Mr. Chairman, we are done, and we're available for any questions you may have.
Yeah, so one question that comes to mind is just on the lack of on-site parking. Since the reductions being asked for, do you have what's street parking like? Do you have plans for where tenants would park?
All right, Mr. Chairman, so if you look at what could be there, so this was formerly 5 commercial spaces.
Mhm.
The parking that would be required for on-street would be probably greater than what is required for 4 residential units. There is street parking directly in front of the building on Division Street and on Keeler Street. And there is a CTA bus stop less than 30 feet away. It's across Keeler Street on Division. So there is adequate public transportation and street parking to accommodate these 4 additional units. I mean, you know, obviously when they built these buildings, you know, it's probably over 100 years ago, there wasn't the parking requirements we have today. The owner really doesn't have any options to provide additional parking. And we believe that the 4 residential units would require less parking than the 5 commercial units did. So we believe this is a lessening of the street impact on the street than if we had just kept the 5 commercial units.
Got it, thank you. Any other questions from the board? All right, we will take this one under consideration. Thank you everyone for your time, and happy holidays.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I hope you all have a happy holiday, and thank you for your consideration.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We're going to move now to matter 429-20-S. That's at 3201 North Southport Avenue / 1362 West Belmont Avenue. And we have a recommendation from the Department of Planning and Development. So I will go ahead and read that as everyone's getting situated. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish a packaged goods liquor store on the first floor of an existing 2-story building, provided that the special use is issued solely to the applicant. Keisha Inc., doing business as Southport Wine and Spirits Bar-Beer, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated as of August 20th, 2020, prepared by Purohit Architects.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Tyler Manick of Shane Banks, Kenny and Schwartz. Here on behalf of the applicant, Keisha Inc., and its president, Bhupendra Patel, as well as Mr. Joe Ryan, our expert. We are here presenting an application for a special use permit in a B32 community shopping district in order to allow for the retail sales of liquor packaged goods in an existing 1,464 square feet of ground floor space in an existing two-story building at 3201 North Southport, situated on the northwest corner of Southport and Belmont. Other than the addition of new signage, there will be no changes to the exterior of the building. Currently, the proposed space is vacant and has been for over a year. The last use of this space was also a retail liquor store for over the prior 20 years. So the proposed use does fit in with the established character of the area. Mr. Patel has extensive experience in operating multiple retail liquor stores in the nearby area. Mr. Patel and the other staff of Keisha Inc. are certified in the education and training of alcohol sellers and servers by the Illinois Liquor Control Commission. The hours of operation will be 10 a.m. to 11 p.m. Monday through Thursday, 10 a.m. to 12 a.m. Friday and Saturday, and 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. Sunday. In the course of this application, the applicant met with the Lakeview Chamber of Commerce, who issued their support for this proposal. The applicant also presented this proposal to the West Lakeview Neighbors Community Group, who also stated that they're fine with this proposal. In addition, the applicant shared its plans with the alderman, with the police commander, and the local liquor commissioner, who all approved the applicant's operations. This project, by converting a vacant space into an active use, should bring increased property taxes to the city and government, as well as significant sales taxes. With that, I'd move on to my witnesses.
Let's go right ahead.
Safe to say I can do the short form version.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
Bhupendra, are you available? Mr. Patel?
I see him signed on. I think, Mr. Patel, I think you've just got to unmute. And if you are on.
Yeah, hello.
Oh, there you are. Great.
Yeah, my name is Bhupendra Kumar Patel, and the property address is 3201 North Southport Avenue, Chicago.
And Mr. Patel, do you swear and affirm to tell the truth during today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Patel, you're the president of the applicant Keisha Inc., correct?
Yes.
And with our findings of fact, you signed an affidavit outlining your operations, who you were, and what you plan to do with this space, correct?
Yes.
And are the statements you made in your affidavit true and correct?
Yes.
And do you adopt as your testimony here today the statements that you made in your affidavit?
Yes.
Unless this board has any questions for Mr. Patel, I'll move on to Mr. Ryan.
Let's move on to Mr. Ryan, and then we'll circle back for questions.
Mr. Ryan, are you on?
I am.
Can you state your name and address for the record?
Joseph Ryan, MAI President, LaSalle Appraisal Group, with offices at 9455 South Hoyne Avenue, Chicago, Illinois.
And Mr. Ryan is sworn in.
And he's still recognized as an expert?
Still recognized, yeah. Thank you.
And Mr. Ryan, did you prepare a report that we submitted with our findings of fact?
I did.
And are the statements you made in the report true and correct?
They are.
And do you adopt the statements you made in your report as your testimony here today?
I will, yes.
And did you sign an affidavit that was submitted with this application's findings of fact?
I did.
And are the statements you made in your affidavit true and correct?
They are.
And do you adopt as your testimony here today the statements you made in your affidavit?
Yes.
At this time, I'd turn it over to any questions of the board.
Any questions from the board?
I have one question. Mr. Patel, do you operate any other liquor stores anywhere else in the Chicagoland area?
Yes, we operate Liquor Expo at 2154 North Halsted Street, Chicago. and other Eastgate Liquor, same 446 West Divorcee Parkway, Chicago.
Very good. Have you ever been cited by the Illinois Liquor Commissioner or the Chicago Liquor Commissioner for any violations?
No, never.
Never? Very good. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Patel. We will take this under consideration.
Oh, thank you very much, sir. Yeah.
Thank you, board members. Have a happy holiday.
Yeah, have a happy holidays.
You too.
Yeah.
Okay, great. We are now going to move to matter 430-20-S at 507 West Dickens Avenue. And while everyone gets settled, I'm going to go ahead and read the recommendation of the Department of Planning and Development. It's a very short recommendation. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish a hair salon.
Good afternoon again, members of the, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Tom Moore, and we should have Tanya Minerva and Joe Ryan here as well.
Thank you, Councilor Moore. You can go right ahead.
Okay, Tanya, are you there? Do we have a Tanya Minerva?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
So Tanya, you've had a hair salon on Cleveland Avenue for many years, is that right?
That's correct.
And the ceiling fell in on it and you had to move out a couple months ago, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And unfortunately for the landlord, but fortunately for you, kitty corner across the street on behind the Four Farthings Bar, there was what used to be a coffee shop that was now empty. Is that right?
That's correct.
So you're just moving about 200 or 300 feet from your prior location, and you're here asking the board for a special use to allow you to continue your business kitty corner from where your old business was. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you're going to bring all of your same customers there. As a matter of fact, they can't wait for you to open because some of their hair is growing out and they need your services. Is that right?
That is very correct. Yeah.
And we went to the Lincoln Central Community Group and they unanimously supported you. Is that right?
Yes.
And you and I have made a affidavit where you addressed all of the criteria necessary for this board to grant your request for a special use. And if you would continue to testify, you would testify consistently with, I have one other question, I'm sorry. What the board would be interested, what are you doing to comply with, or what will you do to comply with and the COVID-19 special circumstances?
And really quick, I need to interrupt. This is my fault. Councilor Moore, I need to get Ms. Mineva on the record.
Okay.
Yes.
So apologies, Ms. Mineva, but will you please state your name and address?
4250 North Marine Drive, Chicago, Illinois, 60613.
Great. And do you swear and affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I swear.
Thank you. Carry on.
And Minerva, all the things you just said, those were all true and correct. Is that right?
That's right.
The board would be interested. What special measures are you taking to make sure that your shop is not a spreader of COVID?
So we will comply and do everything what the city of Chicago and the state protocol. We are building our new stations to be exactly 6 feet away. So we will have stations that are farther apart than ever before. And we will wear masks. All the staff will disinfect, clean, germ-free. We have a UV light inside to protect of spreading germs that will work 24/7. We will ask every client to sign up a waiver to make sure they haven't been exposed and coming to us while they're exposed. And so we will have sanitizers, disinfectant sprays, masks in every stations in every way.
Okay, and how many chairs will you eventually have?
Well, we are starting with 10 chairs for right now. We used to be 13. So we will have 5 stylists to start working, which is a lot less than what we used to be, just because it took a long time to find a place and reestablish the business. So we will start very low, but hoping to build up for the future.
And what will your hours be?
Hours will be during the week from Monday to Friday. Tuesday to Friday will be 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday will be 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Saturday will be from 11 to 4.
Okay, and you and I worked out an affidavit that you signed addressing all of the criteria necessary for the board to grant the relief you're requesting. And if you were to continue to testify, you'd testify consistently with that. Is that right?
Yes.
Is Joe Ryan there?
Yes.
I'm here.
Mr. Ryan, you want to be sworn by the chairman?
He's previously
He's a
sworn.
perpetual swearee. So,
Yeah.
Mr. Ryan, at my request, did you look into whether or not this would have the creation of a special use hair salon at this location would have a negative effect on the surrounding property values?
No, it wouldn't.
And did you look at all the other criteria, and did you find that this application can meet all of them?
Very good location and fits in well with the neighborhood and be an excellent addition to the neighborhood. And as you mentioned before, they were previously located nearby and did not cause any problems or have any significant negative impact on the neighborhood.
And if you were to continue to testify, would you testify consistently with the report that we have filed on your behalf?
I would.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Great. Any questions from the board for Ms. Maneva? It seems like you covered everything, so thank you. And we'll take this under consideration.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm going to call a little longer than 10-minute recess all the way until 4:40 p.m. Central Standard Time. So I motion for the recess. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Great. We're going to reconvene again at 4:40 p.m. Central Standard Time for the remainder of the meeting. Thank you. All righty. I move that we reconvene this December 18th, 2020 meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes, here.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
and Commissioner Toya.
Commissioner Toya is just joining in.
Great,
I,
Sam.
I'm in. He just let me in. I raised my hand quick.
Yeah, thank you, Sam. So you vote to reconvene?
I do.
Great. Then we are back. So let's keep moving to the final stretch. We're sticking with Council Moore, and I'm going to call 431-20-Z and 432-20-Z. Tom, whenever you're ready, if you're there.
Okay, I'm here. I got the screen back. My name for the record is Tom Moore, and hopefully Mr. Scott Kinslow is on with us, is he?
Yes, I am.
And Scott, you live at, well, Mr. Chairman, would you like to swear him?
Yeah, so if you could please state your name and address for the record.
Scott Kinslow, 1416 West Glen Lake, Chicago.
Great, thank you, Mr. Kinslow. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth during today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Kinslow, how long have you lived at that address?
We moved in December 1990.
And you live there with your family, and recently in the pandemic, you found that both you and your wife are working at home, is that right?
That's correct.
And so it's hard to get space where you both can be on Zoom or whatever you have to do in the house as it has been and as you've lived in it for the last 20 or so years. Is that right?
Correct.
And you have this extra room upstairs in the attic that is just virtually unused, but it's there. Is that right?
That's correct.
And so you hired an architect, and in order to use it, the plan is to square off it's currently a pointed or a roof that with with a triangle on it. Is that right?
Right.
And so you're going to square it off. The roof won't be any higher. The ultimate part of the roof won't be any higher, but the city measures it differently. Is that right?
That's my understanding. I think the architect would be better to explain that.
And so, and also when you follow up one of the walls there to square it off, that wall is about 8 inches further into the side yard than would be allowed under the current law. Is that right?
I believe so. I mean, that would be an architect question.
So those are two variances you're asking the board to grant so that you can use this unused space on your third floor. Is that right?
Right. Yes.
And we have submitted an exhibit that shows this, but as you walk around your neighborhood there are lots of buildings that utilize their third floor. Is that correct?
I would say the majority.
And you and I worked out a affidavit where you addressed each of the criteria necessary for this board to grant your variances you're requesting. And if you were continued to testify, you testify consistently with that. Is that right?
That's correct.
Is Lance Shelby there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, the chairman's going to swear you in.
Yeah, Lance, if you could please state your full name and address on the record.
Lance Shelby, architect for Air Room Architects, 6825 North Lincoln Avenue, Lincolnwood.
I'm sorry, didn't mean to cut you off. But do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great, thank you.
And as we discussed with Mr. Kinslow, this is an existing older house, is that right?
Correct.
So the fact that you don't have a clean slate, you're working with existing walls in their existing position vis-a-vis the lot line creates difficulties in designing an addition, is that right?
Correct.
And in this case, the plan is to better utilize the third floor where there is space, but you're going to square it off so that there'll be headroom available to make it a working room, is that right?
Yes, we are providing space, keeping the gables and reverse gables to keep in character with the existing surrounding properties, correct?
But the city measures pointed roofs and flat roofs differently, is that right?
Correct.
And that's why we need a variance for the height. The ultimate height of the roof won't be any higher, but the way it's measured will be higher, is that right?
Yes.
And on the one side yard, the existing wall, which you're going to follow up, is about 8 inches too close to the lot line, and so that's a second variance we're requesting, is that right?
Correct. We're following the same existing wall, so not encroaching any further. Correct.
And that's the way it's been for 100 years or so, is that right?
Yes, the house was built in approximately 1912, so yes.
Okay. So you and I worked out an affidavit where you went through all the criteria necessary for this board to grant these two requested variances, and if you continue to testify, you testify consistently with it, is that right?
Correct.
Mr. Chairman, that's all I have of these two witnesses. They are available for questions.
Great, thank you. And Tom, just to confirm, did you have any other witnesses you wanted to speak?
Not in this case.
Okay. Really quick, before we get to questions, I believe that Dan Luna from the Alderman's office was potentially going to be on in support.
Okay.
Is Dan here by any chance? Okay, it sounds like not. Let's go to the board with any questions. All right, sounds like there's none. We'll take this under consideration and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very much.
Okay, we're now going to call matter 433-20-Z at 7151 North Sioux Avenue.
So is Damian Perry, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
The chairman will swear you in.
Yeah, Mr. Perry, could you please state your name and address?
Damian Perry, 7151 North Sioux Court, Chicago, Illinois, 60646.
All right, thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great.
So, Damian, you live in a existing house on a cul-de-sac, is that right?
That's correct.
And you live there with 5 children and your wife, is that right?
That's correct.
And the house, while it served you well thus far, is just too small and you want to add an addition, is that right?
That's absolutely correct.
And because it's a cul-de-sac, it's actually a very odd shaped lot. It's hard to even describe it. It's kind of triangular with an extra side or two, and the front has a curve because it's on a cul-de-sac. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And so that creates a problem because of the odd shape of it. The buildings, as they've been there for a long time, are close to a side yard, and so we need a side yard variance. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Well, you're following this, when you add this addition, you're following the same walls that are already there and been there for a long time. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And you and your neighbors in this little cul-de-sac are all very close. You all know each other, and you've discussed this and let them know that you were planning on doing this. Is that right?
This is correct.
And did any of them have any objections?
No objections.
Okay. As a matter of fact, one of them just did a similar addition. Is that right?
Yep, he beat me to it.
Okay. And you and I worked out an affidavit. If you were to continue to testify, you'd testify consistently with that affidavit. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. That's all I have of Mr. Perry.
Okay.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Perry.
There also should be a George Vasquez as architect.
Are you George?
Yeah, Tom, do you want to get George on?
George,
Can
are
you hear
here?
me? Can you hear me?
There he is.
Okay. Mr. Vasquez,
Yeah.
the chairman's going to swear you.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Vasquez, can you please state your name and address?
Yeah, my name is George Vasquez, Vazquez, 824 West Superior, Suite 203, Chicago, 60642.
Thank you. And you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you
And
very
Mr.
much.
Vasquez, as an architect, you were involved in the creation of these plans. Is that right?
That's correct.
And the
I guess I'm playing.
lot is odd shaped, and
I'm
so
on
it
mute.
creates,
So when I press the space bar, then
the lot is odd shaped, and it creates some difficulties when planning, particularly the existing walls are closer to the lot lines than would be allowed if you were starting from scratch. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you're going to follow the same lot lines, the same wall lines, the same distance from the lot line that has been there for a long time. Is that right?
That's correct. Initially on the east side, we were overhanging a little bit, but we brought it back to be plumb in line with that existing wall below.
Okay. And you and I drafted a affidavit where you addressed each of the criteria necessary for this board to grant the requested variance. And if you were to continue to testify, you'd testify consistently with it. Is that right?
That's correct.
Both of these gentlemen are available for questions for you, Mr. Chairman, or the board.
Any questions from the board? Sounds like there's none, relatively small variance. So thank you for getting everything on, Tom, and we'll take this under consideration.
Thank you.
Yep, happy holidays.
You too.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
All right, we're gonna move to matter 434-20-S, which is a special use application at 6541 South Cicero. While everyone gets settled, I am going to read the department's recommendations. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish a dual lane drive-through to serve a proposed Culver's restaurant, provided that the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Hollis of Palos LLC Midway, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated as of September 1st, 2020, the site geometrics / paving plan, and the proposed layout for queuing plan dated as of December 14th, 2020, and the landscape plan dated as of December 16th, 2020, all prepared by Mackey Consultants LLC.
Thank you. Is Tony Griffin available? Are you on the line?
Yes, on the line.
Okay, the chairman is going to swear you.
Tony, could you please state your name and address?
Anthony Griffin, 336 North Kensington, LaGrange Park.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes,
So, Mr. Griffin, you are an officer in the LLC that is the applicant here, is that right?
correct.
And ultimately, what we're building here is a Culver's to be near Midway Airport, is that right?
Correct.
And we were in front of the same board right at the beginning of the year, I think in January, and with almost identical, with one change we'll talk about, plan that this board approved, is that right?
Yes, I think it was last December, not January, but
Okay, excuse me. And after you got that approval and went in for permit and kept taking corrections and listening to some of the comments of the city and others, you decided that to make sure that the traffic would stay off of Cicero Avenue, it'd be better if you were to split the drive-through lane into two and have two kiosks so as to be better able to handle more people and keep more cars moving through the line. Is that right?
that's correct.
And so that made some small changes in the landscape plan and it moved a couple of things around, but essentially, except for the splitting of the line and two kiosks, this is the same plan that was previously approved. Is that right?
Correct. We have more stacking before the menu board, and we have more stacking from the menu board to the window. We did lose 3 parking spots in order to make up for the landscaping, but we still meet the parking requirement.
And then in the last 10 days or so, the Nancy in the planning department has made lots of other suggestions, and so we just updated our exhibits, the exhibits that were just referred to in the planning department's letter, and so those are the latest with all of the. We met all of the requests that she had for minor adjustments that would make it a little better. Is that right?
Correct.
And you and I went through all of the criteria necessary for this board to grant the special use that you're requesting. And if you were to continue to testify, you'd testify consistently with it. Is that right?
Yes.
We also have Mr. Joseph Ryan, I believe.
I'm here.
Okay. And you're perpetually sworn. So at my request, both a year ago and then more recently, you looked at this proposed site and made a report as to whether or not it could meet all of the criteria necessary for this board to grant a special use. Is that right?
I did.
And you found that it could meet all of the criteria and that it did not have a negative effect on the surrounding property values. Is that right?
None whatsoever. It's across the street from a hotel park. There's 10 hotels across the street.
And if you were to continue to testify, you'd testify consistently with your report. Is that right?
That's correct.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Both these gentlemen are available for questions.
Great, thank you. When it comes to vehicle circulation, do you see potential for a time whenever the traffic would flow out onto Cicero? If the 2 lanes were just full?
If the 2 lanes are full, I mean, typically what we see if there's that stacking, then especially during non-COVID, we usually have people jump out of the line. We also are rolling out online ordering. So we're actually, trying to reduce the amounts coming through there. So, I think we have a couple of different options where we have walk-in carry out during COVID. But also we're picking up additional queue. I think it's, we had 5 with the prior approval. This one has 6 before the menu board. And then before the window, we had 8, now we have 11. So, this definitely is more efficient and allows us to stack more in order to prevent that from happening.
Okay.
And we also have, I think, Chris McGuire, our general contractor, he builds these throughout the nation too. He should be on the call too.
I am if you need me.
Great, thank you. Any questions from the board? Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, I'm sure this is a busy location, so the double lane makes sense near the airport. Seeing as there's no other questions, we'll take this under consideration.
Thank you, sir.
Yep, thank you. Okay, we're gonna move to matter 435-20-Z at 7124 North Iona Avenue.
So we should have Mr. Vito Separis. Vito, are you here?
Chairman.
Yes, we're here.
Yes, we're
Okay.
here.
So, and you're his wife, Vito's wife, is that right?
Yes,
And will you tell the board your name?
Lilith Yepremian.
Okay. And are you going to talk to the board or is your husband?
We can talk both if it's possible.
Yeah, we'll get you both sworn in then. Ms. Lilith, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Lilith Yepremian, 5944 West Fitch Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60646.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Is that Vito with you?
Yes, hello. Vito
Hi,
Tsiparis.
Vito. Can you please state your name and address for the record?
Vito Tsiparis, 5944 West Fitch, Chicago, Illinois, 60646.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm not going to pick between you, so you tell me who's going to answer the questions.
Both of us, I mean.
Vito will.
You can
Okay,
check.
Vito, you live at the address you just gave the board right now, but you would like to have build a house that will be your family house to raise your children and for the foreseeable future. Is that right?
Yes, actually, we purchased the house and we want to fix it up, but a couple construction companies, they told us that it's too old to be fixed and it needs to be rebuilt all over again.
Okay, so you hired an architect and you're going to start from scratch and build a new building. Is that right?
We will see. Depends if we'll get positive results. Then yes. If not, then we're just gonna destroy the house and just gonna leave empty lot.
Yes, and so we've presented a new plan to the board, and the problem is that we need 5 feet on it's a corner lot. Is that right?
Yes, it's a corner lot, and the house where it is right now, the old house. So basically, we need the new house to be in exactly same spot, but the new law.
So what you're saying is the old house was built before 1957 and before the zoning laws, and so you're basically going to put this house in the same place, but in order to do that, you need a variance on the side yard or front yard, depending on how you look at it. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And while the survey and the 80-acre map and everything show an alley, in fact, there really is no alley. The alley is totally overgrown and has fences across it. Everyone has kind of taken it over. You cannot walk through the alley. It's totally unusable. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. He has a fence.
As a matter of fact, I think we put up some pictures of it. It literally has, people have actually built things in it and put fences across it, and it's not a usable alley. So you've turned your garage that you can't get through into the garage through the alley. So you've turned it to Iona Street, is that right?
Yes,
And there is an existing curb cut there, which you intend to continue to use, is that right?
yes, yes.
As a matter of fact, the prior house did the same thing. It did not use the alley. It had a curb cut and entered the garage through the curb cut. Is that right?
Yes, everything gonna stay same.
And because your garage then is facing Iona, that kind of pushes the whole house a few feet to the north, and we're asking for about a 5-foot variance on the north side of the house. Is that right?
Yes, if we're gonna keep it the same where it's all house, then everything fixed perfectly. If not, then there's basically no way to go.
Okay. And you and I worked out a statement that you signed that would address all of the criteria necessary for the board to grant this variance that you're requesting. Is that right?
Yes,
And nothing about what you're doing is for money. This is to make it a livable house for your family. Is that right?
yes, actually we live with the mother-in-law and father-in-law, so we wanna live across the street from each other.
Okay. That's all I have of Mr. Saparis.
Great, so just to clarify, and I think, because you've said it a few times, so I think it's right. So even the existing house is existing in non-compliance, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So if we could call Mr. Lance Selzy.
I'm here.
Yeah, so Lance, again, you're an architect licensed in the state of Illinois, is that right?
Correct.
And the Saparises came to you and asked you to design their new house, is that right?
Yes.
But you've been to the site, have you?
Our design staff has been.
Okay. And you've seen pictures of the alley, is that right?
Correct.
And the alley is not usable. You could not drive a car through it. It has trees and fences and buildings in it. Is that right?
Correct. It's basically landscaping, green space, trees, yes. Fences, yes, correct.
So you had to have the garage entered through the existing curb cut, and you had to turn it from east-west to north-south. Is that right?
Correct.
And that then pushes the entire development a few feet to the north. Is that right?
Yes.
And so the variance we're requesting would allow us to, the building, which will face Iona, to be a few feet further to the north along McAlpin. Is that right?
Correct.
And you and I worked out a statement where you addressed all of the criteria necessary for the board to grant this variance. And if you were to continue to testify, you'd testify consistently with it. Is that right?
Yes.
That's all I have of these witnesses.
Yeah, thanks. And Tom, with these large houses, we like to, as you know, hear a bit about the alternative, the kind of putting an image in our minds of what the practical hardship would be if we said no setback reduction, you've got to build within the bounds. Would it make any portion of the house unbuildable?
So Lance, can you answer that? The design calls for, what is at the north end of the house there that in your design?
Upstairs, of course, it's all bedrooms, and downstairs we have, it's actually an in-law suite in one corner and a dining room on the other corner. That in-law suite, like Cypress has said, for future in-laws.
And to the chairman's question, if you were not able to get this variance, would you be able to as well or in any way as functionally designed the same house?
Well, no, the Cypress came to us with a program and we achieved that program. So without this variation, it would not meet their programmatic requirements.
Okay, can you describe a bit what you mean by program?
The function of the house, their in-laws, how they're going to use the house, and maybe Vito, you can chime in anytime with what your program was.
You see the house blueprints, and it basically fits for our needs. So so we have 2 kids on the second floor, our bedroom, and two kids, 1 bedroom for each child, and first floor is only 1 bedroom for our in-laws, and so there's no additional space. So it's basically
Let me
two.
ask, may I ask Lance, if the alley was functional and you could put the garage east-west instead of turning it north-south, could you move the whole thing 5 feet further south?
Yes, we would be able to if that alley was usable and improved, because the city of Chicago also has a separation between the principal residence and the accessory structure of 6 feet. Therefore, if we were able to use the alley, we could pull the house back and still maintain that 6-foot separation.
Got it. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Any questions from the board?
This is Commissioner Esposito. Can you describe communication with neighbors about this project?
So Vito, and did you talk to your neighbors, and have you heard any objections whatsoever?
I have talked to a lot of neighbors about this building, and everyone agreed that if it stays the same way, nobody's going to be mined. And we have a lot of friends right across to us and across to that house that we're going to build. Everyone was happy. Nobody argued.
Well, also, weren't the neighbors upset that it's been empty for some time and they were happy that you were going to
Correct. That's what they were telling me too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay. Well, thank you very much for your time, and we'll take this one under consideration.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Merry Christmas.
Yeah, happy holidays. Enjoy it. Great. All right. We are moving on to matter 436-20-S, and I'll read the recommendation ahead of time. And it's at 4641 South Martin Luther King Drive, Junior Drive. And this is, I believe, Councilor Moore again. Quite the marathon today, Tom.
Last but not least, it's not as much of a marathon as it was going to be, believe me.
Oh, I know. Yeah, we all can. Yeah.
So,
right. So let me quick read the recommendation. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish a proposed 375 square foot, 1-story addition, and to add an 1,190 square foot at-grade patio in the rear of the existing tavern in an existing 1-story commercial building, provided that the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Jokes and Notes Incorporated, doing business as Renaissance Bronzeville, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated as of May 6, 2020, prepared by Thoma Design Consultants.
So hopefully, is Sean Dyes here? Sean, are you there?
They're signed in. If you're there, either unmute, or if you're on your phone, push *6 to unmute. Looks like they just unmuted.
Sean, are you here?
Sean Dice is logged in with 2 devices, so you should maybe turn off one of the device, but
Wonder where.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
All right.
The chairman will swear you in, and then I'll ask you some questions.
Okay.
Mr. Dice, will you please state your name and address for the record?
My home address?
Yes, your name and your home address is great.
Sean Dice, 4537 South Drexel Boulevard, Chicago.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Dice, you are one of the officers of the company that owns the tavern at this address on Martin Luther King Drive. Is that right?
Correct.
And it's in the 3rd Ward, and you've been there for some time. But about a year ago or so, actually in the end of 2018, so almost 2 years ago, you applied for a special use to allow you to have an outdoor cafe, sometimes called a beer garden. Is that right?
Correct.
And this same board granted that request. And as far as you knew, you were progressing through to get a license, but your architect died. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you didn't realize at the time that there was a 1-year limit on the viability of a special use, that you had to get the license or apply for the license anyway within 1 year. And because of the death of the architect who you thought was handling it, you didn't realize that your time ran out. Is that right?
Exactly, yes.
And then when COVID came and the only way you really could stay in business was to be outside, this became doubly important. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And so, but the city basically told you that, you know, you didn't have a special use, so you couldn't use your outside beer garden cafe deck. And so we're now back trying to get a special use again. Is that right?
Yes.
And you did hire a new architect, but the plan is more or less the same. Is that right?
Everything's the same. Yes.
Okay. And you and I went through all the criteria necessary for this board to grant your special use, and you signed an affidavit to that effect. Is that right?
Yes.
And what are your hours?
Our hours are 12 during the week, Monday through Friday, 12 to 2 a.m. And then on weekends, well, that's our normal hours pre-COVID. Right. And then on weekends, Saturday, we close at 3, and Sunday, we close at 2.
And you're not, this outdoor portion of your business is not really next to any single family or other houses, is it?
No, sir.
So you would not expect that you would bother anybody by having people out in the outdoors in the summer, you know, in the evening, is that right?
Correct.
That's all I have of Mr. Dyes at this time.
Okay, so just as a quick clarification, so the hours for inside are going to carry on to the patio?
Actually, I don't think that's true. I think the city has lesser hours for, I think he will be constrained for the evening hours on a patio. It's my understanding.
Yes, the patio would not stay open as long as the indoor club would on a normal pre-COVID. Right now, everything closes right now at 11 o'clock p.m. But in normal circumstances, the patio would close at midnight when we would close inside at 2 a.m. because of noise ordinance.
Got it.
In the week, I think it's 10 o'clock.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, here, Mr. Dyes, you will comply with the city laws to a T, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, great. And I mean, I would ask about, sounds like there's no, at least residential neighbors to talk to. Have you talked to anyone else in the community about this patio? I understand that you've gone through this process before.
Yes.
But this time around, did you speak to anyone in the neighborhood?
We're involved a whole lot with the community. The community is for it. The alderman is for it as well. From our standpoint, and from my knowledge, there's nothing. No one's against it. Just trying to enhance the community.
Okay, Tom, do you want to, is Mr. Ryan going to say anything?
Yes, please. Mr. Ryan, you've already been sworn, and at my request, both 2 years ago and again now, you did a report that addressed all the criteria necessary for this board to grant this special use. Is that right?
I did. My name is Joseph Ryan, President, LaSalle Appraisal Group with offices at 9455 South Horn Avenue.
And in that report, both before and after, you determined that it would not have a negative effect on the surrounding property values and that the application met all of the other criteria necessary for this board to grant it. Is that right?
Yes, there's vacant to the north and east and commercial to the south.
And if you were to continue to testify, you'd testify consistently with your report. Is that right?
Yes, I would.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, great. Questions from the board?
This is my last case. Happy holidays to everyone.
And it's my last case. Happy holidays, everyone. Thank you for your patience.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Ryan and Mr. Moore. Happy holidays to you both. One final opportunity for the board if they have any questions. Okay, we'll take it under consideration. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, because 437 and 438 got continued, we will move on now to 439-20-S at 550 West Van Buren Street. And I'm going to go ahead and read the department's recommendations while everyone gets settled. Related to matter number 439-20-S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish a high-rise on-premise sign for a commercial office building, provided that the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Huron Consulting Services, LLC, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated as of October 6, 2020, prepared by Poblocki Sign Company, LLC. The on-premise logo will be 233 square feet and will be located on the west elevation of the building at 222 feet above grade. The top of the sign will not extend beyond the roof line and will be placed flush mount on the wall. All right. Councilor Noonan, whenever you are ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening. My name is Mike Noonan with the law firm of Foley and Lardner, located at 321 North Clark Street, Suite 3000, Chicago, Illinois. And I, along with my colleague Donna Pugh, represent the applicant, Huron Consulting Services, LLC, who is before you today seeking a special use for a high-rise building sign for the property located at 550 West Van Buren. I will provide a brief overview of the project, the relief requested, and then I will introduce our 3 witnesses for the record. The applicant, Huron Consulting Services, seeks to obtain a special use to erect an on-premise high-rise wall sign for an office building. The illuminated on-premise logo sign will measure 233 square feet and be located on the west elevation of the building at 222 feet above grade. The top of the sign will not extend beyond the roof line and will be placed flush mount on the wall. The proposed sign is replacing an existing sign in the same position on the building, which was approved via a special use in 2004. The applicant has reached out to surrounding neighbors and can testify in greater detail about those efforts. There's also been a council order approving the sign. It was passed initially by the city council in April of 2019, but there was a small error on it and it was corrected and passed again in December of 2020. As set forth in the witness affidavits and planners report that were submitted to you in advance of this hearing in the proposed findings of fact, this request meets the criteria set forth in the zoning ordinance for approval of a special use for a high-rise building sign and will have minimal impact on the surrounding area. I would like to call my first witness to get sworn in, Guy Galbraith with the applicant.
My name is
Okay.
Guy Galbraith. I'm sorry.
Oh, go right ahead. So just state your name and address and I'll swear you in.
Sure. My name is Guy Galbraith. I'm a corporate vice president of real estate and facilities for Huron Consulting Services at 550 West Van Buren, Chicago, Illinois.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Galbraith. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do. Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Galbraith, is it correct that the applicant has submitted this application with due authorization from Ani Van Buren Chicago LLC, the owner of the property at 550 West Van Buren?
Yes.
And is it also correct that as corporate vice president of real estate and facilities for Huron Consulting Services, you have specific knowledge of the proposed high-rise building sign, which is the subject of this matter?
Yes.
Is it also correct that you provided a signed witness affidavit in connection with this matter?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, this has been provided to the board along with the findings of fact. Mr. Galbraith, if you were to continue to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with those proposed findings of fact and your affidavit, including that the sign will have a minimum impact on the surrounding area?
Yes.
And finally, has the applicant reached out to neighboring property owners regarding this sign?
Yes. We have spoken with all the adjacent neighbors and they have no issues with the proposed sign.
Thank you very much. For my next witness, I would like to call Katie Conroy. Mr. Chair, I'd like to swear in Ms. Conroy.
Great. Yeah, Ms. Conroy, go ahead and state your name and address for the record whenever you're ready.
Sure. My name is Katie Conroy. I'm with Poblocki Sign Company, 922 South 70th Street, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Conroy. Is it correct that as a senior sales consultant for Poblocki Sign Company, you have specific knowledge of the design elements of the proposed high-rise building sign at 550 West Van Buren?
Yes.
Is it also correct that you provided a signed witness affidavit in connection with this matter?
Yes.
If you were to continue to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with those proposed findings of fact and your affidavit, including that the sign will have a minimum impact on the surrounding area?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Conroy. And I'd like to call my final witness, Jason Jarrett.
Yep, Mr. Jarrett, whenever ready, please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, Jason Jarrett, certified planner with Oak Creek Kissel Associates. Our offices are at 122 South Michigan Avenue here in Chicago.
If thanks, did you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Chair, I'd like to just confirm that the board recognizes Mr. Jarrett as an expert.
Yeah, we recognize Mr. Jarrett as an expert based on past appearances. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Jarrett, is it correct that you were retained by the applicant to conduct an urban planning analysis of their special use application to erect a high-rise building sign in the DX12 downtown mixed-use district at the subject property?
Yes.
Is it also correct that you prepared a report detailing your analysis, findings, and conclusions? And is this report contained in the materials submitted to the board and admitted with the findings of fact?
I have, and it is.
Is it correct that if you were called to testify further, your testimony would be consistent with those findings and conclusions contained in your report, specifically that the proposed development is consistent with the general criteria for approval of special uses and will have minimal impact on the surrounding area?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Jarrett. This time, we welcome any questions that the board might have regarding this matter.
Great. Any questions from the board? Sounds like there's none. We'll take this under consideration. Thank you very much, everyone, for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Happy
Thank you.
holidays.
Thank you.
Yeah, happy holidays.
And to you.
Okay, I'm gonna now call matter 440-20-Z at 3034-36 West Belden Avenue.
Okay, there we go. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yep, we can. Yeah, Mr. Turner, take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. It's been a long day for everybody. My name is Patrick Turner with offices at 33 North LaSalle Street. I represent the applicant, 3034 West Belden Ave LLC, who is the contract purchaser of the subject property located at 3034 West Belden Avenue in Chicago, which is located in an RS3 district. The property consists of a through lot with the front or north property line on Meadow and the rear south property line on Belden Avenue. The applicant desires to build a new two-story single-family residence attached two-car garage with roof deck and open stairs with a 6-foot solid fence on the through lot. The applicant is seeking variations to reduce the parking setback from the front property line on Meadow to prevent obstruction of the sidewalk by parked cars from 20 feet to 3 feet, to reduce the required unobstructed open space width along the west property line from 8.1 feet to 0, to reduce the required unobstructed open space width along the east property lines from 8.1 feet to 3 in order to erect the two-story single-family residence. I have with me, hopefully, Michael Yeagle, who is the manager of 3034 West Belden Avenue LLC, who is the contract purchaser. And I also have Chris Bohm, who is the architect on the project. At this point, I would like to call as my first witness, Mr. Michael Yeagle, if Michael is still with us. Hopefully.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Yeagle, will you please state your name and address for the record?
Mike, can you hear us? Sorry, gentlemen, it looks like technical difficulties.
Okay, we can give it a minute.
Mike, can you hear us?
I'm sorry. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
We
Okay.
can hear you.
I had too many devices going for too long.
Okay, can you hear, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Michael Yeagle, 3100 West Palmer Boulevard, Chicago, Illinois, 60647.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Okay, so Michael, you are the manager of 3034 West Belden Avenue LLC, which owns the subject property, correct?
We're the contract purchaser.
I'm sorry, forgive me, the contract purchaser, yes.
Correct.
And you are the manager of the LLC, is that correct?
Yes.
And you prepared an affidavit as part of this application, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And will your testimony here this afternoon or this evening be consistent with what's contained in that affidavit?
Yes.
And essentially, the hardship here is because it's a through lot and you're severely restricted on your development capabilities because of that through lot. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And all your hardship and your financial information are accurately reflected in your affidavit?
That's correct.
Michael, you also met with a neighbor recently and made some change to your plans to appease the neighbor. Is that correct?
Yes, we did.
And substitute plans were prepared, essentially just moving the staircase on the rear garage. Is that correct?
Correct. We moved the staircase and we also moved the condensing units so that they weren't in the side yard, but they're pushed back so they won't echo in both side yards.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like the record to reflect that the plans had changed and I'd submitted a revised site plan last week and revised plans earlier this week. They do not affect the variations, but the changes were made with the cooperation of the Alderman's office and the neighbor. So I'd like those the record to reflect that the plans have been changed and we'd like the substitute plans to be approved.
Yep, it's reflected. Thank you.
So at this point, I don't have any further questions for Mr. Yeagle. I think his affidavit sets forth all the criteria and the requirements. Does the board have any questions for Mr. Yeagle?
Maybe actually, if any board members have any questions now, or else we'll go to Mr. Boehm and then go to questions. Any questions right now?
Yeah, this is Commissioner Esposito. Can you just reiterate or clarify that what would happen without a variance for your project?
Because it's a through lot, you essentially have two front yard requirements. So as we point out in the affidavit, it severely restricts what you can do. I mean, as a matter of fact, Mr. Yeagle's affidavit points out that the proposed ordinance, if enforced, would allow a building of 8.8 feet wide. Because of the size of the lot and the through lot and the through lot, you're severely hamstringed by the through lot and the double front yard setback requirements.
So would that prevent you from having a garage in this case?
That would also prevent you from having a garage in the rear, correct? Because they want to, the code requires a sidewalk where the garage is, and it's pretty restrictive.
And do neighboring properties have garages?
They do. As a matter of fact,
great.
That's all I need. In the affidavit, there are 17 similarly situated zoning lots on the block, 11 of which are improved residential structures with garages located on the Meadow Avenue side.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any further questions from the board for Mr. Yeagle? So I would like to then call my next witness, which is the architect, Christopher Boehm. Chris, could you state your name and address for the record?
Yeah, Christopher Boehm, B-O-E-H-M, 2453 South Archer Avenue, Chicago. I'm a licensed architect in Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Boehm, you are the architect on this project, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you also prepared an affidavit as part of this application, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And would your testimony here this evening be consistent with what is stated in that affidavit?
Yes, it would.
And if you had heard some of the prior testimony of Mr. Yeagle, the plans were recently changed because concerns of one of the neighbors, and you did revise those plans with respect to the garage and the stairs to the garage and the condensers.
Yes.
And those plans have been prepared. I believe the last date of your plans are December 15th. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. I have no further questions for Mr. Baum. Again, his affidavit sets forth all the hardships and his professional opinions and the criteria required for the variations. So does the board have any questions for Mr. Baum?
Any questions from the board? Sounds like none, so we'll take this under consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. It's been a long day. Hope enjoy your weekend and happy holidays.
To you as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We're now going to move to matter 441-20-Z at 1848 West Cullerton Avenue. And I believe this is again Mr. Turner.
Chairman, he's coming back. I accidentally moved him to attendees. He's coming back.
Okay, no worries.
Okay, I'm back, I believe. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Good evening again, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Patrick Turner with offices at 33 North LaSalle in Chicago. I represent Buckley Electric, Inc., which is the applicant and owner of the subject property located at 1848 West Cullerton in Chicago. The property is in an existing RT-4 district. The property consists of a substandard lot measuring 24 by 123. The applicant desires to build a new two-story with basement, 3 dwelling unit building on the property. The minimum lot area per dwelling unit in the RT4 district is 1,000 square feet. The proposed building requires 3,000 square feet, but is set at 2,952 square feet, which is not less than 90% of the required minimum lot area. The applicant is seeking a variation to allow the new building solely because of the insufficient lot area. I have hopefully with us still Mr. Baum, who is the architect, and Patrick Buckley, who is the president of Buckley Electric, Inc., and the principal of the applicant. Is Mr. Buckley with us? I know that Mr. Buckley had a flight that he was going to be off of, and the length of the meeting may have messed up his plans, but I'm hoping he's going to be joining us.
Okay, how about if you would try to reach him? That would be great. We could potentially move this to the end. We just need him on as the applicant.
Okay, I will try to reach him. Let's see, has he logged in at all?
I don't see Mr. Buckley as I have 2 unidentified numbers. I unmuted them, but doesn't look like it's Mr. Buckley.
Oh boy. Okay, is Mr. Baum still with us?
Yes.
Okay. I will try to reach Mr. Buckley. It's unfortunate. I know, like I said, he had a flight. I believe he was going to be just arriving. We thought we were going to be called in a little earlier. So in any event, if Mr. Chairman, if you would allow the case to be continued and see if I could try to reach the applicant.
Yeah, how about we move it? We've only got, I believe, 2 after this. So how about we just move it to the end? So we'll take you as the last case. I just hate to get Mr. Baum on the record and then not, it not being applicable because the applicant never shows up. So
understood.
Let's.
I will try to reach Mr. Buckley.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, as matter 442-20-S was withdrawn, we're now going to be moving to matters 335-20-S and 336, 337, and 338-20-Z.
Chairman, this is Jolene Saul. I'll be recusing myself from these items.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Saul. I'm going to go ahead, and as the attorney, Mr. Friedland, is getting situated, I am going to read the department's recommendation. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish a transitional residence, provided that the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Lawndale Christian Legal Center, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated October 20th, 2020, with site plan and landscape plans dated December 18th, 2020, prepared by Hirsch MPG Architecture and Planning.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. My name is Steve Friedland. I'm an attorney with Clayton Thorne Thompson, here representing Lawndale Christian Legal Center, the applicant for the special use in the three variations before you. Just to make sure, because it has been a long day, I know for all of you, I should have Cliff Nellis, Tim Barton, and Paul Heyer in as witnesses. Are they on?
Let me see really quick.
I'm here.
Tim Barton, yes.
Okay, yes, there's Tim. I heard one other voice.
I think that was Cliff.
Tim and Cliff.
And we did have an issue with our architect having to potentially not be able to be here this late, but he provided an affidavit. We have the applicant. I just, if we could proceed, I think that would be.
Dr. Deere is here as well.
And Dr. Deere is with the applicant as well. In order to try and be efficient, because you have spent a long day, I was actually not going to call Dr. Deere unless there were specific questions that he might be able to answer with respect to the special use.
Okay, sure.
With that, if I could start, that would be excellent.
Yep. So just to confirm, so Mr. Nellis is the applicant?
Yes, he's the executive director of Lawndale Christian Legal Center.
Great. Okay, go right ahead, Mr. Friedland.
Thank you. So, Lawndale Christian Legal Center is a not-for-profit corporation that proposes to redevelop the existing abandoned school building that's located at 1449 South Keeler Avenue to a transitional residence for 28 youth. LCLC was founded in 2010, and it's a community-based organization operating in Chicago's North Lawndale neighborhood. LCLC works with youth at every point of the criminal justice system, and its vision is to raise up youth who are embraced by their families and communities, restored from trauma, empowered to lead, and ultimately free from the criminal justice system. What LCLC is proposing is to create the Residential Workforce Development Program, in which it will provide transitional housing and job training services for young men in North Lawndale, ages 18 to 24, who have come through the criminal justice system and are LCLC's clients. The renovation of the existing building will include the addition of a new wing on the school building and the development of, as I say, 28 rooms for the participants. A portion of the new addition will also house LCLC's not-for-profit offices. The renovation requires a special use for the transitional residents, but in addition, it requires a number of variations. And I'm going to go over those briefly, but before I do, I would state, and we'll get into this in our testimony, all of these variations relate to the existing building. We have a number of yard variations that we're required to request because the building is currently non-conforming and is built within certain required setbacks. We are matching the addition to the same, as you can see from the drawing that's before you right now, crosshatched is the existing building, which will remain. The new building will provide a mirror image wing, and that really relates to all of the yard variations we're requesting. In addition, we are requesting a small height variation. The building is currently almost 38 feet, which is what's required in the RT4. We're putting some new mechanicals on the roof to make this building a modern building, and we're going to be at 39, a little under 39.5 feet. So we need about 1.5 feet of additional height for the building. And finally, there's a rear yard open space requirement because of the residential nature of this use. But as you can see from the drawing, the existing building is actually 5 feet off of the alley. So there really isn't a rear yard. So that we're requesting as well. Similarly, as I said, we're requesting a special use for the transitional residence. At this point, I'd like to get to witnesses. The first would be Cliff Nellis. And if you'd want to swear him in, go to that.
Hey, Mr. Nellis, if you could please state your name and address.
Yes, my name is Cliff Nellis. My address is 1803 South Lawndale Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60623.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Cliff, you're the executive director of Lawndale Christian Legal Center, correct?
That is correct. I was also the founder.
The founder. There you go. I don't want to shortchange you. Could you provide a brief overview of the proposed transitional residence program?
Sure. Well, the Lawndale Christian Legal Center, we provide a unique form of what we call holistic community-based criminal defense. So we serve young people 24 years old and younger from North Lawndale, and we provide them with an integrated legal and social service support system through our legal representation. So in addition to lawyers, we have case managers, outreach workers, and neighborhood partners that provide wraparound supports. This particular facility, we are seeking to transform it into a residential workforce development program because the last 10 years we've learned that our emerging adults, which we call our 18 to 24-year-olds, their predominant two needs to get through the criminal justice system and onto a successful life, the predominant two needs they have are housing and workforce development and mental health. And mental health services will also be offered through here. But this particular program would provide them with dormitory style housing, 28 units of it. For roughly, it will be, depending upon the young person, 2 to 4 years. On average, we believe 3. And it's an opportunity for them to have a safe place to lay their head at night from the distractions that oftentimes our young people are facing here in North Lawndale. The primary need that is being met there is we've learned high percentages of our emerging adults are living in either overcrowded housing, couch surfing amongst friends and girlfriends sometimes, or homeless, just straight up homeless. And having a safe place to go home every night while they're working towards a meaningful employment career option makes all the difference in the world. And so this will be offering that service to 28, I believe, very lucky emerging adults.
And Cliff, I'm going to note the affidavit that you attached to the findings of facts that I prepared, which was very detailed and went through the program. And just for the record, if we were to go through all of the items that you indicated in that affidavit, your testimony today would be identical to that affidavit?
Yes, that is correct.
But just to stress one point, because this is, I think, the critical nature of the special use. You talk about the need for this type of housing. This is not a population that is well served by other housing options, affordable housing options in the city, is it?
Correct. This group of young emerging adults tend not to be able to access most affordable housing. that is.
So, and really based on that fact and the work that you do with these young men, do you believe that the proposed special use is in the interest of public convenience and wouldn't have a significant impact on the general welfare of this neighborhood or the community?
Yes, I do.
I don't think, Mr. Chairman, I need to go through all of the other standards with Cliff, but we certainly can get back to that if there are questions that come up. With that, I would move to Paul Heyer if Paul's on the call, and I don't think we heard him.
Steve, I just
Yep.
wanted to make sure that you and the council did know that Richard Townsell from the Lawndale Christian Development Corporation is on the line, and Brenda Palms-Barber from North Lawndale Employment Network is also on the line. I believe, I don't know if Deborah Wesley from Sinai Community Institute is here, and then Rodney Brown from North Lawndale Community Coordinating Council, but I know that Richard and Brenda are here as well. Just wanted to know.
We have Ms. Wesley and Mr. Townsell noted as support. So we'll give them a chance, especially if they've been on the line this whole time. We'll give them a chance to speak.
So I'm taking it that Paul is probably not on the line because he has not jumped in. So with that, I'd like to go to Tim Barton. Tim, are you on?
Yes, I am.
And Tim, well, obviously, Mr. Chairman, I think you need to swear Tim in.
Yeah, Mr. Barton, can you please state your name and address?
Sure. Tim Barton, offices at 20 North Wacker Drive in Chicago.
Great. And do you swear affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Tim has, I know, given testimony before the board on many other occasions as a land planner, and we would ask that you'd accept him as an expert witness.
Yeah, we do. We acknowledge Mr. Barton's expertise.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Tim, you prepared a report associated with our request before the board. Is that correct?
Yeah, yes, it is.
And you visited the property, you reviewed the plans, and based on that, did you come to a conclusion with respect to the various standards under the zoning ordinance that we need to achieve in order to receive the special use and the variations? Excuse me.
Yes, I did. Overall, I think the physical aspects of the building and its use at this particular location is compatible at this site.
If I know that you, as I say, you prepared that report and we submitted it. If you were to continue to testify, you would testify today substantially in conformance with that report, correct?
Yes, I would.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Chairman, I was going to note what Cliff noted, that I know we have a strong support. You know, this is, I will just say this is a project that LCLC has been working on for quite some time and is really excited that this is finally coming to fruition. As you can imagine, it is difficult to come up with the funding for something like this. And Cliff and his team have worked very hard for that. And there are a lot of community supporters and partners, many of which sent letters to the board. And I know that certain people are on the call. So to the extent that they are, I don't know how you want to take this, either questions to us first or let them speak, but I don't have anything further at this time.
Yeah, okay, at this point, let's open up questions to the board just based on things that have been covered so far. Okay, one thing I have before we move on to support is just I'd like to hear a little bit more about your discussions with any neighborhood organizations or leaders, such as the alderman.
Sure. Well, our alderman, Michael Scott, is in support of this. He's reviewed all the plans. I don't know if you think he's actually submitted a letter of support for this hearing, but he has given us a letter of support in our fundraising efforts. We're part of two major collaborations in North Lawndale. The largest one is called the North Lawndale Community Coordinating Council. Roddy Brown submitted a letter of support for us for this hearing. I'm not sure if he's on the call. That has been a process over 4 years of community organizing and input from over 700 community members, defining what the needs are for North Lawndale by North Lawndale residents. And our work has been incorporated and adopted in the quality of life plan that North Lawndale Community Coordinating Council has put forth and approved through that collaboration. We're also part of another collaboration called the North Lawndale Community Restorative Justice Hub, of which there's about 20 to 30 organizations that are part of that. All of them have been, I mean, one of the things we do every month is say, hey, our emerging adults really need housing. Where can we get it? Where can we get it? And so there's just a shortage. So all of them have been in support of this. We did knock on all the doors in, I can't remember what the radius now was, but it was what I think the alderman asked us to do. And so we had covered, it was 2 blocks in each direction and knocked on all the doors. There's a church right across the street, and Pastor Sean Johnson, somebody I've met with numerous times, had lunch and coffee, and he's aware of this project and laid out all the plans. That church is in support of it. And then of course, the people on the call and the people who have submitted letters of support are in support of it.
Great, thank you. And really quick, Kamal, if you're on, can you promote Victor to co-host? He got booted. Sorry to deter the conversation. So thank you for that. And I guess the other question I would have, just because it's been noted that it's a little bit like of a dorm style living situation for emerging adults. Will you have protocol around people's in and out, or what type of supervision in that sense will the organization be having?
Yeah, this is a heavily staffed program 24/7. So overnight there will be floor supervisors on each floor. There will be security as well as security systems. Also, of course, attached to this building will be an office building where we have our lawyers, case managers, and outreach workers, all of whom will have been working with whoever is selected. And I'll note that they'll be hand selected for this, meaning that our lawyers and our case managers and outreach workers will conduct both legal assessments as well as social assessments, kind of understanding what's going on in their life at home in the community, and also making sure that they've demonstrated maturity and progress, that they will make the most of this opportunity, because it's a huge opportunity and we know it works. We've seen young people thrive in this kind of program. And so they will be hand selected, and there will be staffing then. There will be mental health counselors on site. There'll be floor supervisors on site. Our attorneys, case managers, and outreach workers, of course, are there 9 to 5. And then off hours, there will be mentors, workforce development programming, financial management, independent life skills programming. And then, of course, like I said, the floor supervisors and security guard, as well as security systems 24/7.
And Cliff, just to put on the record, there will be a curfew for these young men, correct? They will have to be in at a certain hour.
Yeah, it's 10 o'clock during the week, 11 o'clock on the weekends. And the program is only for people who are complying with the program expectations, which is to be completing training, hard skill trainings and soft skill trainings, working toward most of our kids are working toward a career in the trades. We started this program in partnership with a few local unions who helped us design the training programs so that they would score higher on union entrance exams. And so it is rigorous. It is rigorous. They're 4 nights a week. They are in programming. During the day, they're in training. And then when they're done with training, they have to go to work and be looking for work or finding or actually at work.
Great, thank you. So any questions from the board before we get some support on the record? Okay, we'll circle back to that. But Mr. Friedland, if it sounds good to you, I'm gonna get the support some time to speak.
Please,
so,
thank you.
Of course, yeah, thank you. Is Miss Wesley on? If you don't see her, so let's go to Mr. Townsell.
Well, good evening, this point. My name is Richard Townsell. I'm the Executive Director of the Lawndale Christian Development Corporation, as well as the co-chair of the Housing Committee of the North Lawndale Community Coordinating Council. Most importantly, I'm a community resident. I guess I need to be sworn in and all that good stuff. So
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, will you please just state your name and address for the record?
Richard Townsell, 1822 South Millard Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60623.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Most definitely.
Thank you.
Okay. I was going to say, most importantly, I'm a community resident and a leader in North Lawndale's Homeowners Association. So I want to express my support to Lawndale Christian Legal Center. Our organization has done over 490 units of affordable housing over the past 30 years, including single family homes, condos, affordable rental apartments. But we've done nothing like what Cliff Nellis and the Lawndale Christian Legal Center are doing. Cliff failed to mention that he also was part of the almost prize-winning Pritzker Traubert Foundation. We were finalists for the Pritzker Traubert Award. And, we still believe that we have the best plan, but Auburn Gresham won. But we were finalists, and this project was one of the prize projects for the Chicago Prize. I believe this program serves a critical need in the North Lawndale community. The program will provide transitional housing services and job training to young men. As we are involved in construction all the time, this would be an awesome opportunity for young men from the neighborhood who the contractors are always looking for folks and saying, can we hire people from the neighborhood? Well, Cliff has come up with a solution, and his team has come up with a solution to that problem. Stable housing is a pillar, and we wholeheartedly believe that these young men need an opportunity. And so we are in support of it, and that's my testimony.
Great, thank you very much. Is Miss Wesley on?
I don't see her, Jim.
Yeah, I don't think she is. Okay, Steve, did you have anyone else on your end?
No, we have no further testimony. Obviously, I know we did have some supporters that were on earlier today, but I do believe they sent letters in, and we understand with timing, it's very hard for all of you as well.
We've got them on the record. We tend to lose some witnesses this time of the day.
I do think Brenda is on the phone, or I think she is on, but maybe not. She was, yes, she is. Okay.
Yes,
Richard
hi,
is
I'm
not.
here.
Okay.
Great. Okay. Ms. Palms, are you, sorry, I don't have you on my witness list. Are you here as support or?
Yes, I am here as community support.
Great. Okay. Can I just get your name and address, please?
Sure. Brenda Palms Barber. And my address is 4537 South Drexel Boulevard, Unit 101, Chicago, Illinois, 60653.
And you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Great. You can state your support.
Sure, thank you. I just want to probably state the obvious that North Lawndale is one of Chicago's 10 most challenged neighborhoods, with an unemployment rate certainly 3 to 5 times higher than that of the city of Chicago overall. So as a workforce development organization in North Lawndale, we have worked in partnership with Lawndale Legal Center, particularly because they're focusing on a population that is underserved and that is overrepresented in many ways in terms of services in our community. So what, under the leadership of Cliff Nellis, we're really excited about the workforce development partnership we have, but the housing needs coupled with those housing needs that these young people will need. We also just want to note that unfortunately, some of the violence that occurs in neighborhoods like ours is due in part to the population that he'll be serving. So not only is this wonderful for these individuals to access skills and support and stable housing, but we also think that it will have a very positive impact on the community as a whole by reducing some of the unfortunate violence that takes place within that population in our neighborhood. So I am enthusiastically standing with and beside Cliff and the rest of us. I'm also a member of the North Lawndale Community Coordinating Council, and thrilled to be here today to support Cliff.
Great, thank you, Ms. Palms.
You're welcome.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Sounds like none. So thank you everyone for your time. We'll take this under consideration, and happy holidays. Also, thank you for all the good work you're doing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman. Thank you, board.
Okay, on to the final couple. So now I'm going to call another continuance matter up, and that's matters 401 and 402-20-F. I'll go ahead and read these department recommendations, and then we'll get started when the attorney is settled. So for 401-20-S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish a major utilities and service which will allow for an existing one-story building to be used for transit maintenance with outdoor vehicle storage, provided that the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Cook-DuPage Transportation Company, and that the development is consistent with the design and layout of the building plans and elevations dated as of August 25th, 2020, prepared by Bernesh 2 Architecture, and the concept site plan and landscape plans / details dated as of December 16th, 2020, prepared by Menard Consulting Limited. And for matter number 402-20-S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish outdoor vehicle storage to serve a proposed major utilities and service in an existing one-story building, provided that the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Cook-DuPage Transportation Company, and the development is consistent with the building plans and elevations dated as of August 25th, 2020, prepared by Bernesh 2 Architecture, and the concept site plan and landscape plans / details dated December 16th, 2020, prepared by Menard Consulting Limited.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yep, we can.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Richard Toth. I'm an attorney at Daly and Georges with offices at 20 South Clark Street, Illinois. I was going to say you saved the best for last, but I think Buckley Electric outmaneuvered us on that one. I'm appearing for the applicant, Cook-DuPage Transportation Company. As you said, there's 2 special use applications for the property at 4301 South Packers. One application, as you said, is what the zoning ordinance calls a major utilities and service use. The other is for an outdoor vehicle storage area. We sort of interpret those to be overlapping in nature. And so most of our materials, we think, cover both items. The property is in Planned Manufacturing District number 8. That's the Stockyards Planned Manufacturing District. The property is also within the Stockyards Industrial Corridor. Industrial and similar uses completely encompass the property, and it's well removed from residential uses. The property is improved with a 1-story, 22-foot high building that's about 20,000 square feet. We're not making any changes to the building footprint or to the building height. The building is being renovated for the proposed use. The proposed use will be passenger van maintenance and storage facility that will be used by the applicant to provide transportation services to special needs students in the Chicago Public Schools. With respect to the renovations, existing office space will be converted to an enlarged service area. New overhead doors will be installed, and the original gravel storage yard on the east side of the building will be paved and improved with enhanced landscaping and on-site stormwater detention. In the past few days, we've been consulting with the Department of Planning and Development. They've had some great ideas, and we've made some adjustments, primarily to the driveway entrances on Packards to address some of their thoughts. And so we submitted updated landscape plans reflecting those adjustments. We'd sent those to both DPD and the ZBA, and I think those are the drawings that were dated December 16th that you referenced. I'll point out that we've not received any calls or questions or complaints about these applications, and we're not aware of any objectors. We've also obtained and provided to you a letter of support from the Back of the Yards Neighborhood Council. There's not a lot of residential groups or anything nearby. To start our testimony, if I may, I'd like to present the applicant's general manager, Chris Pellegrino. Hopefully he's on.
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, and I guess you need to swear him in.
Yeah, Chris, could you please state your name and address?
Yeah, Chris Pellegrino. My address is 955 West Carmen Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60640.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Chris, you're the general manager of the operations that we're talking about today. Is that right?
That is correct.
You're familiar with the subject property, the surrounding area, the proposed operations and uses for the property. Is that correct?
I am.
And I just provided a description of the property and some little bit of information on the operations. Was everything I said accurate?
Yes, it was.
And so the applicant, Cook DuPage Transportation, has been in business since 1975, and it's one of 4 operators providing paratransit services to the Chicago metropolitan area. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And also the applicant is a National Express company, and that ultimate parent company, National Express Group PLC, is a publicly traded company on the London Stock Exchange. It's a leading public transport operator with bus, coach, and rail services in the UK, continental Europe, North Africa, North America, and the Middle East. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, and then focusing back again on our applicant, it's also true that in September 2019, just last year, the Zoning Board of Appeals granted us a special use for similar uses at 2005 West 43rd Street. That's ZBA calendar number 430-19-S. And that sister site provides paratransit services under the umbrella of PACE for customers whose disabilities or health conditions prevent them from using the CTA or PACE services. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and we've been working with PACE since PACE has existed. Is that correct?
That is also correct.
And so with respect to the property that's the subject of our application, the building's being renovated, as I said, for the proposed use, which will be passenger van maintenance and passenger van storage facility that will be used to provide transportation services to special needs students in the Chicago Public Schools. Is that correct?
That is correct.
There'll be employee parking along Packers primarily, paratransit van storage, and other parking in the rear east lot. And traffic flow will be controlled by signage. Basically come in a one-way entrance on 43rd Street and exit by a one-way exit on Packers, all of which was recently adjusted in accordance with the Department of Planning and Development requests. Is that correct?
That is correct.
The building will support about 11 office staff, and is that correct?
That is correct.
And then more generally, the site will be internally renovated and operated in conformance with all the submitted plans. Is that right?
Yes.
The hours of operation will be generally between 6 a.m. and 7 p.m. Monday through Friday, which matches up with businesses in this planned manufacturing district. Is that right?
That is correct.
And the site will actually have over 200 employees total spread out over 2 shifts and as service needs and scheduling dictate. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then as noted in our findings of fact, the site will be the base for about 146 paratransit vans, and maybe about 60% of those will be sent out on shifts to provide those services to the Chicago public school students. Is that right?
That is correct.
And then the departures are sort of in time windows. So for example, there'll be a wave of departures between roughly 6 a.m. and 8 a.m. to get the first wave of vans out to service our students. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, and there's a need for this business, and given that the specialized transit services are needed for the students of the Chicago Public Schools, is that right?
That is correct.
And our business will generally comply with all applicable standards of the zoning ordinance and other city ordinances, is that correct?
That is also correct.
It's in the public convenience because we're serving a public need, is that correct?
Yes.
We're an experienced transit service provider. We'll operate our business in strict accordance with all laws concerning public health, safety, and welfare, is that correct?
That is correct.
And we're certainly a compatible use with this industrial area, is that correct?
Yes.
So Chris, you were kind enough to provide an affidavit that we'd submitted with our proposed findings of fact. Was that affidavit accurate?
Yes.
And if called upon to testify further, would you testify in accordance with that affidavit?
Absolutely.
Okay. Unless there are questions, I was going to proceed to another witness.
Sorry, I was on mute. Go ahead and proceed, and we can, where possible, we can do fast version.
We have a great team today, but I was going to trim it down a little bit based on the hour and I think the lack of objectors. So I was going to bring up Tim Barton as our expert witness, and I think he was sworn in and recognized as an expert already, if I'm right about that.
Correct.
Tim, are you there?
I'm here.
Tim, you were good enough to prepare a written report for us on the property and our proposed uses. Does it accurately present your professional opinions?
Yes, it does.
Okay, I think your report analyzes the criteria for special uses and additionally for special uses in a planned manufacturing district. Is that right?
Yes, it does.
And does it conclude that those operations meet all of the criteria, both special for both special uses that we're applying for, all the special use criteria and all the special use PMD criteria? Is that correct?
Yes.
And if called upon to testify further, would you testify in accordance with that report?
I would.
Okay. We'll hold Tim for further questioning, but I think I was just going to call one more witness. That would be our architect, Tim Bernaschi, who would need to be sworn.
Yeah, Mr. Bernaschi, are you there?
Yes,
Okay, great. Can you please state your name and address for the record?
sure. Timothy Bernesh of Bernesh 2 Architecture, 314 Illinois Street, Glen Ellen, Illinois, 60137.
And you swear affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, Tim, thanks. You're a licensed Illinois architect, is that right?
Yes,
You're also the project architect. You're familiar with the subject property, surrounding area, proposed operations, and the uses, is that correct?
yes, it is.
A few minutes ago, I provided a description of the property and some information about the operations. Were those descriptions accurate to your knowledge?
I concur with those, yes.
Okay. You were kind enough to provide an affidavit that we submitted with our proposed findings of fact. Was that affidavit accurate?
Yes,
If called upon to testify further, would you testify in accordance with that affidavit?
I would.
Okay, and I'll just ask a couple follow-up questions. Subject to the granting of the special uses, are the project plans in conformance with building code requirements, zoning and landscape requirements, and otherwise in conformance with the municipal code of Chicago?
Yes,
In your professional opinion, is the site compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of building scale and project design?
most definitely.
Would it be compatible with the character of the area in terms of operating characteristics?
Yes,
Is it project so designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort?
it is, yes.
Okay. I don't have any more questions, but we'll open ourselves up, these folks and other members of the team, for any questions the board may have.
Great, thank you. Any questions from the board? Sounds like no questions. We'll take this into consideration.
We're available for a birthday sing-along too, and we wish you all happy holidays.
Happy holidays to you as well. Thank you.
You too, thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Board.
Yeah, thank you. All right. We are going to hop back to matter number 441-20-Z at 1848 West Cullerton. Mr. Turner, when you're there, let me know if you've tracked down your applicant.
Mr. Buckley is on the line now. He's on the phone.
Okay, good.
Good evening again, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'm happy to say I believe I'm your last case. Again, I'll just go over the summary because I went over it. Just for the record, I'll just do it again. My name is Patrick Turner with offices at 30 South Street.
Hey, Mr. Turner, really quick. Sorry to interrupt. Really hard to hear you right now. Can you make sure, or anyone else who's on the line, make sure you're muted and only have one device out?
It was Mr. Buckley's phone, actually. I've muted him, so when he's ready to speak, he can press *6 and unmute.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, can everyone hear me okay? Okay, again, Patrick Turner for the applicant Buckley Electric, Inc., who owns a property at 1848 West Cullerton, Chicago. The property consists of a substandard lot measuring 24 feet by 123 feet. The applicant desires to build a new 2-story property with a basement and a three dwelling unit building on the property. The minimum lot area per dwelling unit in the RT4 district is 1,000 square feet. The proposed building requires 3,000 square feet, but is set at 2,952, which is not less than 90% of the required minimum lot area. The applicant is seeking a variation to allow the new building solely because of the insufficient lot area. I have with us here Patrick Buckley, who is the president of Buckley Electric, Inc., and I'd like to call him as my first witness.
Great. Mr. Buckley, when you're able to speak, could you please state your name and address?
Yeah, sorry, I'm here, Pat.
Okay.
Great. Can you please state your name and address?
My name is Patrick Buckley. I'm at 1642 Southeast 7th Street in Deerfield Beach in Florida, 33441.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Okay, Mr. Buckley, you are the president of Buckley Electric, Inc., which owns the subject property. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you prepared an affidavit as part of this application, correct?
Yes.
And would your testimony here this evening be consistent with what is stated in that affidavit?
Yes.
And in that affidavit, you go through your hardship and your financial information. Is that correct?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions for Mr. Buckley. Does the board have any questions? I'd be happy to go through any of the particular criteria.
Mr. Turner, are you going to get Mr. Boehm on?
I am.
Yeah, let's continue with that and then we'll go to questions.
Okay. So I'd like to call as my next witness, Christopher Boehm. Chris, hopefully you're still with us.
Yes, I am.
Okay, Mr. Boehm, could you please state your name for the record?
Yeah, Christopher Boehm, B-O-E-H-M.
And what's your address, Christopher?
2453 South Archer Avenue, Chicago.
And is Mr. Boehm was sworn in previously, Mr. Chairman. Should we swear him in again, or is he good?
He's good. He's sworn on the record. Thank you.
Okay. And Mr. Boehm, you are a licensed architect in the state of Illinois, correct?
Right.
And you are the architect on this project?
Yes,
And you also prepared an affidavit as part of this application, is that correct?
I did, yes.
And would your testimony here this evening be consistent with what is stated in that affidavit?
Yes, it would.
And in that affidavit, you come to conclusions with respect to the hardship and your professional opinion regarding the hardship and other matters involving the variations, is that correct?
Yes.
Again, Mr. Chairman, I would welcome the board any questions with any one of my witnesses.
Yeah, any questions from the board?
Hi, this is Jolene. So I have a question for Mr. Buckley. In the findings of fact, I believe it states that the return with the variation is 10%. Can you talk about what the impact would be if the variation is not approved?
So Patrick, can you hear?
Yeah, sorry, what was the question again? Sorry?
So the question was, if the variation was not approved, what would be your return on investment? I mean, I think
it would
essentially you couldn't build a 3-unit building there, correct?
Correct.
And so, so your return on investment building and only a 2-unit building would be substantially less. Is that correct?
Yes. So yes, it won't make sense to do a 2-unit building there. You know.
Do you have a number?
I'm sorry, Jolene. Go ahead.
Just said, is there a number?
Yeah. Do you have any figures on the financials there, Patrick? As far as the
it would be probably minus maybe 40,000-50,000.
But your cost to complete the construction would be less as well, right?
Say that again, sorry?
Your cost to complete the construction would be less.
It would be, yes.
But your return on investment would be less.
Correct.
Jolene, do you want us to elaborate any further?
It would be great if the analysis were done and we had that, but it doesn't look like it was.
I'm sorry, I had trouble hearing you.
I said it would be great if the analysis had been completed, but it doesn't seem like it was. So if that's what you have, that's what you have.
Well, we have a physical hardship on the substandard lot. In and of itself, that's a sufficient hardship for the variation request. And then we also have, albeit a little perhaps incomplete, but a financial hardship as well. And any developer would know that going into something like this with all the risk and having less than a 10% return would be a kind of a long shot. But again, I'd be happy to try to answer any further questions.
No, I'm just saying it would be helpful to see the analysis. You all just give us numbers and we don't really have anything to compare it to. I'm a developer myself, so it's not lost on me, but it's not saying you're not trustworthy, but it's kind of like just pulling it out of thin air and just asking us to accept it. So that's why I'm asking for a little bit more information.
Patrick, could you come up with any figures at all, or is that something that's beyond you?
It'd be a bit hard now, just right off the top of my head. You know what I mean? But as I said, what's the land value and the cost and the return on investment it'll be very, very minimal. It'll be lucky to break even for a 2-unit compared to a 3-unit. You know.
And you purchased the property for 190, is that correct?
Correct. Yeah.
And your cost to construct the 3-unit is 650, correct? Yeah. And your anticipated sale price would be 925, which equates to a 10% return. So yeah,
Correct.
Again, Jolene, I think we've established generally a financial hardship and then certainly a physical hardship
Right.
with the substandard lot. So
Yeah.
I think this is a good heads up for us as a new board that we're going to start, and we'll give notice, but we're going to start requesting just better economic analysis because it's the easiest way for us to see reasonable return. And all that looks like, honestly, it is pretty simple. This is what it looks like with the variance. This is what it looks like without variance.
does the board have any further questions?
I'd like to ask a question of the architect, because I know that the applicant said that he could not build a 3 units on the property without the variation, but perhaps the architect could explain how that would not be possible. I think the architect would have more of a foundation, I guess.
Yeah, I'm sorry, could you?
Yeah, so the question is, could you discuss how the lot's what, 24 by 123, how that makes it impossible to construct 3 units on the property without the variation?
Well, it's just a matter of the FAR. That, we'd only be allowed to do 2 units on that property. Because we need 1,000 square feet of lot area for each dwelling unit.
Okay, got it.
Brian, does that answer your question?
It does, yeah.
Any other questions from the board? All right, we'll take this under consideration. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Have a good evening and happy holidays.
Yeah, you as well. Thank you. That is it. Yes. All right, I move that we convene into closed session pursuant to sections 2C4 and 2C21 of the Open Meetings Act for the purpose of, number 1, considering the evidence and testimony presented in open session, and number 2, semi-annual review of the board's closed session minutes. For those viewing by live stream, we will return from our closed session and the live stream will continue at that point. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
Great. Thank you, everyone. All right. I now move that we return to open session. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Thank you. We've conducted our semi-annual review of all closed session minutes, and we made a determination that the need for confidentiality still exists as to all of those minutes. Now we will vote. Note that any motion to approve a special use will be tied to the recommendations of the department and any additional conditions read by me. Let's get started. I move to approve the application for calendar number 406-20-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the ayes have it, and the matter is approved. I move to approve calendar number 407-20-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the ayes have it, and the matter is approved. Sorry about that. We're going to have to do these separately. So I move to approve calendar number 408-20-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the ayes have it, and the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 409-20-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
No.
Commissioner Sanchez,
No.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
No.
I vote no, the noes have it, and the matter is denied. I move to approve application for calendar number 410-20-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the ayes have it, and the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 411-20-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the ayes have it, and the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 412-20-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the ayes have it, and the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 413-20-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
No.
Commissioner Sanchez,
No.
Commissioner Esposito,
No.
Commissioner Toya.
No.
I vote no, the nays have it, and the matter is denied. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 414-20-Z and 415-20-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the ayes have it, and the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 417-20-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the ayes have it, and the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 418-20-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
No.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the ayes have it, and the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 419-20-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the ayes have it, and the matter is approved. Sorry, everyone. Let's go back. I believe that I skipped matter 417.
Yeah, I think you did.
Yeah, thank you. Feel free to call me out. It's been a long day.
I wasn't sure. Yeah, it's a long day.
Okay, so going back to, I move to approve application for calendar number 417-20-S. Commissioner Toya second. Commissioner Saul?
Yeah.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the ayes have it, and the calendar, and the matter is approved. Now back to where we were. I move to approve application for calendar number 421-20-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul?
No.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the ayes have it, and the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 422-20-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the ayes have it, and the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 423-20-S and 424-20-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the ayes have it, and the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 425-20-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the ayes have it, and the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 426-20-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the ayes have it, and the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 427-20-Z and 428-20-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the ayes have it, and the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 429-20-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the ayes have it, and the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 430-20-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the ayes have it, and the matter is approved. I move to approve applications for calendar numbers 431-20-Z and 432-20-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the ayes have it, and the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 433-20-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the ayes have it, and the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 434-20-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the ayes have it, and the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 435-20-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the ayes have it, and the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 436-20-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the ayes have it, and the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 439-20-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the ayes have it, and the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 440-20-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the ayes have it, and the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 441-20-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the ayes have it, and the matter is approved. I move to approve applications for calendar numbers 335-20-S, 336-20-Z, 337-20-Z, 338-20-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Abstain.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the ayes have it, and the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 401-20-S and 402-20-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the ayes have it, and the matter is approved. It's always a marathon. I move to approve the written resolution containing findings of fact consistent with the votes of the board for board calendar numbers 329-20-S, 292-20-Z, 293-20-Z, and 294-20-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, those resolutions are approved. I now move to approve the written resolutions containing findings of fact consistent with the votes of the board for the board's November 20th, 2020 regular meeting, with the exception of board calendar numbers 369-20-S, 378-20-Z, 394-20-S, and 403-20-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, those resolutions are approved. Thank you, everyone, again, for a great December meeting. Getting out, I think, at our earliest time since I became chair. So hopefully there's some sort of indoors masked up holiday celebrations ahead for the weekend. But I move that we adjourn the meeting. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes, and happy holidays.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes. Happy holidays.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes. Thanks, everyone.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes. Thanks and happy holidays.
I vote yes, and we're adjourned. Thanks again, everyone.
All right.
Thanks. Bye.